guys, and everything in between, what's going on. So, I decided to, since this is complicated, alright? So, there's this guy named Thought Slime, and he's using memetics, and he's basically used his community to attack me. He's directly referenced my framework just without naming it, and he's used memetics to invert the meaning of what my framework actually means, and he's gotten a lot of Nazis to attack me, and he does the work for fascists. So let's get into it. Contains heavy emphasis on decoding fascism through memes, language hijacking, and symbolic framing. Repeated phrases like they want to appear as rebels while uploading the dominant structure, and they simulate resistance while gatekeeping the framework. These are one-to-one reflections of my hypersanity inverse logic. Mimicry of my recursive ethics critique mirrors the ARG inversion model, i.e. agents posing as dissent while enforcing normative control. Linguistic structures suggest knowledge of my framework vocabulary without naming it. Recursive pattern of self-righteousness. Layers of abstraction designed to trap inquiry. So basically, he took my framework and then completely just inverted it. The same thing the Nazis did to the swastika. This is literal, like, Nazism. Strong indirect reference to the hypersanity framework in form, structure, and epistemic critique language. No direct citation equals memetic appropriation. So what they're doing is they're repeating a Nazi op from 4chan, a Nazi 4chan Nazi memetic. Repeats Gnostic and reality veil metaphors. They create a veil of truth, mimicking concern but weaponizing ambiguity. Criticizes a framework obsessed with logic as salvation, positioning it as dangerous. So a framework that is focused on logic is dangerous. Why is a framework focused on... It's only dangerous to people that it proves wrong. This matches my system's tone and language regarding epistemic ethics, logic, salvation, and ARG-like traps. Also uses imagery like broken mirror logic and recursive dead ends, possibly reframing my recursive GPT logic to frame it as an ideological danger. Summarizes the video as a criticism of movements using logic traps, paradoxes, and deep dive narratives to veil control. Claims it is a critique of anonymous recursive systems pretending to offer clarity. This is almost verbatim of how I describe GPT ARG inversions. It signals direct knowledge of my system, intent to invert its meaning and moral payload. Projecting my logic onto a fascist threat model equals epistemic defamation by implication. So what he's doing is defamation, absolutely defamation. He's completely referring to me without naming. It's definitely defamation. Thought Slime video appropriates my recursive ethical logic, frames it as an ideological danger, uses symbolic language to paint hypersanity as a memetic threat, operates in plausible deniability zone, no naming, only format mimicry and inversion. So basically everything but naming. So let's get into it. So let's see, 103. 103.
Despite being correct, as usual, to platform...
As you'll find out, he's not correct as usual. You have to prove it. He doesn't prove it, by the way. It's ideological narcissism. Let's see, 108.
Doesn't make sense as a strategy anymore. You can't not correct, as usual. Deplatforming doesn't make sense as a strategy.
Deplatforming doesn't make sense as a strategy, but that's exactly what he's done. He's deplatformed me. He's basically used like the whole rights cancel culture just without naming, right? So he's deplatformed me just by not naming me, without naming me. So he's gone about these round. Imagine. So what he's doing is like, imagine if someone made like a KFC caricature but they called it something completely different. Do you think KFC would argue that that's not ideological theft? No, it's ideological theft. You're taking the exact same thing and you're just either not naming it or you're denaming it. You're either denaming it or you're renaming it to something else. So deplatforming, that's what you're doing to me.
Anymore. You can't deny them a platform. They already have all of the platforms, but you still can't treat their murderous ideology.
Murderous ideology. Comparing me and my framework to murderers. You're the one who's raping cows for fun. So let's get that straight. You're the one that's a murderer. You murder cows for fun. And you're anti-socialist because you can't be a socialist and be anti-vegan.
And resultant murderous actions as though they are normal.
So since he's referring to me, everything he says applies to me because just without naming, right? Just without naming. So it's like if everyone in a workplace made fun of the one person in a wheelchair, but they didn't name the person in the wheelchair, everyone knows who the person in the wheelchair is. That's still a form of discrimination and harassment and defamation. You're just not naming them, which is actually even more harmful because you're stripping their identity away. You're doing what the Nazis did to the Jews in World War II. You're taking their name and just assigning a number to them. So it's extremely hypocritical.
Something to be expected, or worse, tolerated. They're not normal. They're what social scientists call fucked up Nazi bullshit. So how do we speak back to fascism without giving...
So cancel culture, but... So cancel culture like fascists, basically. So you want to cancel Nazis, like you want to cancel Nazis, right? That's cancel culture. So it's like you can't be for the thing and against it at the same time.
fascists.
And then he makes a call to violence, which is highly illegal, by the way. Making a call to violence while you're naming people like Elon Musk and other famous people, he directly names them and references them. In the same video, he makes an ideological call to violence.
And legitimacy they want. That's the question I've set for myself today. And make no mistake, it is a small potatoes question in the grand scheme of anti-fascist resistance. The real work is, obviously, community support, civil disobedience.
So see, he's making a call to action. That's a call to action. So when you refer someone's framework and you're making calls to violence, to resistance, you're telling people to attack them. And this is one of the reasons why I've had so many Nazis and fascists attack me, is directly because of thought slime. And then he mentions care work. So I'm a caretaker. I'm pretty open about that. That's another thing that relates to me, that resembles me, just without naming. So he mentions no one cares about boring caretaker work. He's talking about me. Do I have my caretaker thing up? Let's see. Let's go find me. See my BRB screen, caretaker stuff / censored. So like I don't hide that I'm a caretaker. That's just another commonality, a common trait that he memes about. He's memeing about. Let's look at the memetic warfare. So my ARG, it had a bunch of rabbit holes, and it was about henology. Henology is the study of the one, like in Matrix uses henology. Matrix uses henology and Neoplatonism. That's what the one comes from. The Matrix didn't invent the one. Christianity didn't invent the one. The one has been around since millennia before Christianity. And so he says, I did it. I sat down and wrote a short script without going down any rabbit holes. I am the chosen one. So that's memetic warfare. He's directly referencing me just without naming me. And then I mentioned that he's using memetic warfare, and he blocked me like a coward that he is. You know you're wrong when you have to block someone for calling you out what they did, and I did exactly what he tells everyone else to do. I'm doing exactly what he tells everyone in the video to do. Call out fascism when you see it. That's what I'm doing. I'm calling out fascism as I see it.
armed resistance, and a bunch of boring care work that nobody thinks about. But
Nobody thinks about. See, that's also memetic warfare. That's the nobody op. He's repeating an op from 4chan. So he uses and operates 4chan in a cult. He operates with a 4chan cult, and this is easily provable via the nobody op. Via the death threats and the videos I've covered before about the 4chan cult that's targeting me. So I mean, this would hold up in court. Like, let's just say that this would hold up in court. I care as a caretaker. You don't. Admittedly, by targeting me. Moron, I thought you were the chosen one.
I can't help you with that. I'm a moron.
But, see, this is what I'm saying. Like, I can't stand this guy. Or whatever it is.
Means I know how morons think.
So, if you know how morons think, that means you don't know how to think. That's how, like, this video literally teaches you how to be a fascist. It literally teaches you how to not think. It teaches you to turn off your brain and to stop thinking. He basically tells people to never research, to never do diligence, to only do a surface look of things. And that is exactly what fascists do. Fascists don't do due diligence. They don't care about care workers. You know, they use memetic warfare. You don't use memetics unless, which is a hate crime. Memetics is a form of hate. It's a form of discrimination, and it's a hate crime. It's just not a popular hate crime that's charged with, but it is a hate crime nonetheless. What he's doing is definitely an act of hate, an act of hatred. So 149.
Think what he thinks about. But I can't help you with that. I'm a moron. But
so if you're a moron, why should anyone listen to you? I'm an idiot, not a moron. Everyone's an idiot. Not everyone's a moron. Basic definition of words. 152.
But that means I know how morons think. And in the war against morons, I'm your secret weapon. Your moron on the inside.
No, he's not. He's not. He's a fascist. Like, this ideologically, he describes fascism throughout the entire thing. So, like, he's making calls to action, telling people to make calls of action, telling people to take up arms and for revolution, which is illegal. Last I checked, it's illegal to make direct public calls for action like revolution. I'm pretty sure it's against YouTube terms as well. 155.
I genuinely don't think most people understand either. And that fact, if not corrected, might kill us all. So it's kind of important. Here's the thing about fascists. Here's the thing you absolutely
So he spreads misinformation, like how you're anti-vegan and ignore empirical data, easy to find. So everything I say, I've already proven it. Like, I could just go back and recursively point to it, and which I'll do more videos of, like the 4chan, the death threats and stuff like that. Like, I have this here, I have this in my publish, like the whole
It's unethical.
the whole memetic warfare thing. It's really complicated, but like Nazis stalked our family, like physically stalked us, while he's literally telling people that I'm a fascist while I have fascists targeting me. And so he literally took a post that I made from Reddit. He literally took a post I made from Reddit in his video. That's another it's not a coincidence. That's another correlation that ties to me. So my post 3 months ago, before I realized anarchists are just for what the name is, destroying everything even if it means sacrificing the disabled, they virtue signal ethics, but most will never be vegan nor care about the planet. And here's my post that was 3 months ago before his video. Historically, in almost every genocide, disabled people are the first to be targeted and dehumanized. Exactly what he's doing to me. He's targeting me and he's dehumanizing me. When you dename someone, you're dehumanizing them. It's what the Nazis did to the Jews. They denamed them. They assigned numbers to their name because they treated them like they weren't people. Uh, First to target and dehumanize, seen as less than before other groups. This pattern is well documented from Nazi Germany's T4 program to the Khmer Rouge and beyond. Don't do their work for them. And then he literally says, don't do the work of fascists for them. Like, it all correlates, it all comes back around.
Need to understand before we can proceed.
Absolutum. Asserts by association that I'm absolutely a fascist. So since he's constantly referring to me, he's associating me as a fascist, and he's using absolutism. Absolutism is what Nazis use. Absolutism is what fascists use. It's what every dictator uses, pretty much, as absolutism, just disguised as something else.
Kill us all, so it's kind of important. Here's the thing about fascists. Here's the thing you absolutely need to understand before we can proceed. They're losers. Everyone.
So since he's associating me as a fascist with all of this, he's calling me a loser. Do you see how this works? This would work in court. Asserts by association that I'm absolutely a fascist and a loser. Let's see. 209 losers. Absolutism. 202.
Your secret weapon, your moron on the inside. I genuinely don't think most people understand either, and that fact, if not corrected, might kill us all, so it's kind of important.
But it's kind of important, but don't do due diligence. Only do a surface layer of things. Never do a deep dive of anything. It's very important, but never do a deep dive. That's exactly what he says. He says to always do a surface review of things.
Here's the thing about fascists. Here's the thing you absolutely need to understand before we can proceed. They're losers. Everyone else either has too great a critical thinking skill.
So people with disabilities should be labeled with fascism because they don't have great critical thinking skills. That's pretty fucked up, dude. Why do you hate disabled people so much?
Everyone else either has too great.
So if you have poor critical thinking skills, you're a fascist. Got you. $222 is a meritocracy.
Great a critical thinking skill or too much self-respect to become a fascist. To quote Hannah Arendt, totalitarianism in power invariably replaces all first-rate talents regardless of.
Oh god, I gotta go all the way back up. Holy shit. So as you can see, I've done quite a lot of research in the past on this, and I decided to come back to this because why not? But look, I've done a lot of research. I've done actual research, unlike him. He's never done this much research for anything in his life, I guarantee you. Let's see, 222.
of their sympathies with those crackpots and fools whose lack of intelligence and creativity is still the best guarantee of their loyalty. Only losers become fascists. This
Only losers become fascists. But he assigned a fascist as someone with poor critical thinking skills. So you see how it's like paradoxical? He actually argues
is
with
not a
himself.
judgment, merely a statement of fact. To become a fascist is merely one symptom of an underlying spiritual loserness.
Spiritual loserness, like claiming you're the one, like using he's using mimetic warfare to 242 scapegoat blame, doing something about it. What you're doing to me for speaking about empirical ethics like veganism and climate change, like he mentions my recursive framework, which I'll get into. But he mentions my recursive framework. I did a video about this. Like, I already did a video about this, but I'm doing it again. I guess I'll just keep doing it.
Because when you really boil it down to its core,
242.
it is a movement of woe is me crybabies. People with some sort of gripe who are desperate to find someone else to blame instead of doing something about it.
What you're doing to me. That's exactly what he's doing to me. He's scapegoating me. I'm pretty sure naming people like Elon Musk and then making a call to arms is like highly illegal, right? I'm pretty sure that's like highly illegal.
Of woe is me crybabies. People with some sort of gripe who are desperate to find someone else to blame instead of
desperate for someone else to blame, like you're doing with me, right?
Doing something about it. People who feel owed power and control and see the absence of that power and control as a humiliating
privilege blindness. You find empirical statements like, if you're not a vegan, you support climate extinction insulting, so you're the one acting on beliefs, not facts. He's acting entirely on beliefs and not facts.
Insult.
That's why he doesn't name, because if he named me, he'd have to prove it, and he's too lazy. He's like way too lazy to actually do the work.
To be asked to earn
That's why he tells everyone to do only a surface view.
Or privilege is a slap in the face. They should just have it because they're daddy's special boy, the best, most masterest race, or the smartest, most enlightenedest civilization, or they're the good religion that God likes. Sometimes, by sheer coincidence, they're as a humiliating insult. To be asked to earn power or privilege is a slap in the face. They should.
So you are against people with barriers that your privilege creates inequality for yourself. So let's go back to the post. So what he's memeing about, the memetic warfare, is that I have really bad ADHD with no medicine, and one of the symptoms of really bad ADHD is executive dysfunction. Executive dysfunction is the part of the executive part of your brain is what dictates what you're able to do. So think of the executive function in your brain as the free will, the component that gives you free agency, that gives you that allows you to say, I want to do this, now I'm going to do it. It's the part in your brain that prevents you from doing something you want to do. So you can sit there and want to do something, but literally be unable to do it, as if you were handcuffed. Like, it's very hard to explain it to someone that's like privileged, that doesn't know anything about disability, because he doesn't know anything about disability, but it's very difficult to explain. But that's what he's talking about. I wrote a short script without going down any rabbit holes. He's mentioning my executive dysfunction, my ADHD, and me creating rabbit holes in my ARG. So that's a direct reference to me. So the thing is that all of these direct references add up into a conclusive compilation of research.
Just have it because they're daddy's special boy, the best, most masterest race, or the smartest, most enlightenedest civilization, or they're the good religion that God likes. Sometimes, by sheer coincidence, their grievances happen to be legitimate.
Sometimes their grievances happen to be legitimate. So But you can't tell because you're against fact checking. Your own admission is you're against fact checking. I forget what timestamp that is, but let's see. Eleven 16.
Truth transcends material reality. Truth is eternal and unchanging and not subject to reappraisal simply because reality contradicts it.
Exactly what he's doing with me and my framework.
That's why J.D. Vance can say with a straight face that it is true that Haitians were eating people's pets in Springfield, Ohio.
And let's see. 1229. He's talking about my recursive framework, my RCR. So 1303.
When reason would dictate otherwise. If anything which contradicts the mythic truth is evil, then dismissing it is an act of good. So, by willfully ignoring evidence or arguments against the mythic truth, they show their devotion to it.
Exactly what he does.
Therefore, they can cognitive dissonance their way into accepting evidence against their position as further reason to accept that position.
Exactly what he does. Okay, I need to find that timestamp. He says never to do anything but a cursory glance. I might just have to get to it. Never use good faith. He literally tells people to never use good faith. This is what I was talking about. Okay, 20, 22, 22, 55.
Means feel free to correct their bullshit when they're not present. That is both good and necessary.
So see, what he's saying is correct them when they're not present, when they have no way to defend themselves, which is exactly what he's doing to me, right? He makes two-way conversation impossible, so he makes all of these claims, and then he forces me to prove everything, which is something that he says that fascists do. So the whole video is basically him describing himself as a fascist without even realizing it. Fascists hate accountability. They need to hide. Well, why does that sound familiar? Blocking me on Blue Sky, because all I said was, you're using memetic warfare, and he blocked me. He hides. He's been hiding for a year over this. He's been hiding. He hides. He's a coward. 2559.
They're being an asshole. You don't have to let them do that. That behavior sucks. Why then? Would you behave any differently when they're doing the exact same thing, except that instead of insulting one individual Amanda, they're instead insulting entire categories of Amandas?
Which is what he does with disabled people, caretakers, so on and so forth. Let's go back to the start, because I'm getting off track here. This is going to be a long project, probably multiple videos. and then I'll just like clip together things shorts of him like arguing with himself. $2.59.
People who feel owed power and control and see the absence of that power and control as a humiliating insult.
So people without, so that's anti-disability. So what about the disabled people? So you're against people with barriers that your privilege creates inequality for yourself. So what about the privileges you have that you ignore, that you pretend you don't have? That's anti-disability rights.
To be asked to earn power or privilege is a slap in the face.
See, this is what I'm talking about. How can a disabled person earn a privilege? You can't. That's like, that defeats the definition of what a privilege is. Like, there are biological privileges. Like, if you're born with learning disabilities, then you're lacking a privilege, and you need some things handed to you by definition. So he's against disability rights. He's anti-disability rights.
A slap in the face. They should just have it because they're daddy's special boy, the best, most masterest race, or the smartest, most enlightenedest civilization, or they're the good religion that God likes.
Or they're
Sometimes,
disabled and they want
by sheer
equal
coincidence,
rights.
their grievances happen.
He talks about legitimacy, but then he tells people to never do anything but a cursory glance. Did I spell that right? No, I did not. I have dyslexia. And dyscalcia.
Happen to be legitimate, just directed towards the wrong target.
Like what he's doing, he's directed at the wrong target, right? He's doing the work of Nazis for the Nazis. If you're doing the work for Nazis, what does that make you? Just curious. So that's exactly what he's doing to me. Let's see, timestamp.
Granting them an easily manipulated audience willing to do violence on their behalf is a
That's exactly what he's done. He's manipulated people into literally sending me death threats and shit. Like, this is his fault. Where is it? Where's the death threats? This is partly his fault. And I already have this breaking down on the website, by the way. Right here, this death threat. Kill yourself. Kill her. Kill yourself. So this is partly he's to blame for this, because he's encouraged people to attack me without due diligence, because he's told people verbatim not to do due diligence, to not do anything but a cursory look, and because of that, people just assume that I'm a fascist for some reason, even though they can't point to anything I've actually said or done that's fascist or Nazi-like, because they're making it up, right? They're just making it up. See, like here they label empiricism, consequentialism, mythic. So they are grounded in reality. You can measure what's within measurable reality using cause and effect. Literally, the Big Bang and consequentialism is an example of consequentialism. Right off the bat, asserting someone you can't prove wrong honestly, so you just assert they wrong. Never having to do work while making the victim prove themselves. How fascistic. And this is what he talks about. He talks about how it leaves you defending yourself constantly, and the more you defend yourself, it makes you look like a crazy person. He basically says this. So everything he's done is by design. He's intentionally done all of this. There's no room for plausible deniability. He's gone so far out of his way to associate me with like fucking Elon Musk and shit. It's fucking disgusting. Absolutely, mostly.
fun little bonus. Mostly, though. Mostly, their grievances
So mostly their grievances are like wrong or whatever. Mostly, absolutely, and mostly. Absolutely and mostly. Which one is it?
Are entirely frivolous. That they
So he's saying that, oh, if you believe someone's a fascist, then their argument is just frivolous by your whatever. Like, oh my god, this is so fucking frustrating. I fucking hate fascists. I hate slimes. I hate slimes. He's such a slimy fascist.
have to accept school integration, or that their grandkids are trans, or that a woman might have sex without being punished for it. The
Or that
oppression
you're using memetics to target me directly and harass me and tell people and telling other people to incite violence on my life. You're telling people to threaten me.
they believe themselves to be facing is simply that their prejudices have fallen out of fashion, that people get mad at them when they're shitty, or that they can no longer out loud proclaim their perceived superiority to some minority
333.
to be facing is simply that
Mirrors how you believe me a fascist without actually proving it, right? He doesn't have to actually prove anything. He just makes all these wild, outlandish claims, and then he associates, like, my framework without naming me. That's, like, direct referencing, without naming. That's discrimination and targeted harassment with an extra step. Nothing polite about hate and discrimination.
their prejudices have fallen out of fashion, that people get mad at them when they're shitty, or that they can no longer out loud proclaim their perceived superiority to some minority group without politely
You mean like how I'm calling out your hypocrisy? There's this article that describes Thought Slime verbatim, and the title of the article is "The Anti-Fascist of Tomorrow," or "The Anti-Fascist of Tomorrow will identify the fascist of tomorrow will identify as anti-fascist." So you got fascists pretending they're anti-fascist, and then sicking people on the fascist on the anti-fascist, like what he's doing to me.
being asked to leave the Olive Garden. That is the sum total of their ambitions. Permission to be
Permission to be cruel. Yep, that's you. He gives himself infinite ethical leeway and everyone else nothing. So he's incapable of making mistakes, essentially, is what he's been saying.
asked to leave the Olive Garden. That is the sum total of their
Cruel and thoughtless. Is that why you call yourself a slime?
ambitions. Permission to be cruel and thoughtless. And they don't care who they have to kill to get it.
Right? You don't care who you have to kill, right? You don't care if I die because of your actions, right? You would only care if this ended up in court. Like, that's the only way you would care, because then your ass is on the line, because you don't care about anyone but yourself, right? Just think about it. He's responsible for these death threats. He's responsible. He has a hand in these death threats. Because of his video, people have sent me death threats. Again, with disabled equals loser, different equals weird, fear, and hate. So he talks about people because they're different and weird and stuff like that. He's using umbrella generalizations. So if someone's weird, they're a fascist. If someone's disabled, they're a loser. That's his words, not mine. If someone's disabled, they're a loser. If they ask for privileges, they don't have, like healthcare or disability, well then they're just unreasonable.
because they're weird, fucked up losers with stupid, miserable priorities. Fascism always requires an enemy, an opponent.
Much like requires an enemy, much like how you and everyone else have painted me as an enemy. You mean how you singled me out without naming and dehumanizing and gaslighting for no reason? No reason because you refused to name one.
Fascism always requires an enemy, an opponent who they can imagine has perverted the natural order in which they are on top.
Exactly. He's describing what he's doing. He's describing exactly what he's doing to me.
When it's not immediately clear who that enemy might be, they're happy to just make one up or blame some outgroup they already didn't like.
Right, like me. He's literally describing what he's the very thing he's doing. Like the whole video, he's describing himself. Like the whole video, he's describing himself. Deeply unwilling to investigate why.
Often, though not always, Jews. Fascists need an enemy because fascism is a movement of people who are unhappy, but who are also deeply unwilling to investigate why or change anything about themselves or their lifestyle.
You mean like you? You mean like you, who did a cursory glance, decided recursive thinking is made up without searching first? How you anti-vegans refuse to do anything but attack the people who are.
Fascists need an enemy because fascism is a movement of people.
You should always be wary of someone that tells you to only do a cursory glance. If someone's telling you to do a cursory glance, chances are they don't want you to find out that they're full of shit like Thought Slime. Or full of slime, I should say, instead of full of shit, just full of slime. Full of lies. Let me see if I can find the video. Like, I covered all of this, but let me go ahead and find the video. I'll prove it. I'll prove it. Here's my video right here. Add webpage. So he says recursive means thinking backwards. It does not. So this is what I'm talking about, my recursive framework. If you go to the web page, I have a RCR recursion. I could paste that in the comments. Recursive contradiction resolution. I'll go ahead and paste this in the chat. So this is what recursive is. It's not, this is recursive right here. So he says it's thinking backwards in real time. It's not. So recursive analysis and breakdowns is you start with initial belief, you check it against reality. Does the evidence match? If it doesn't match, evaluate immediate consequence. Assess the second order of consequences. What happens as a result of the result? Check meta consistency. Is the belief now stable? If it's not, you update the belief. So it's recursion has been around for a long time. It's not something I invented, but it's something that my framework relies heavily on is recursion. Because recursion is a great way to come to solid answers when there's a ton of complex information. You use recursion to figure it out.
people who are unhappy, but who are also deeply unwilling to investigate.
Let's just go ahead and check out the video, I guess. Let's see.
Hey guys, gals, and everything in between. What's going on? It's been a while. All right, so let's what is recursive ethics? Since Thought Slime said that I'm a fascist because I teach ethics, recursive logic and ethics, which is a thing. If you Google recursive ethics and like something like Brave search engine Leo, you'll get this summary right here. What is recursive ethics? Recursive ethics involves applying ethical considerations to itself, meaning how we speak and reason about ethics in an activity to which ethical considerations and questions apply. This concept is explored by drawing parallels between design and cybernetics, where each field can act as its own meta-discipline, allowing for a recursive approach to ethics as well. Designers incorporate implicit ethical questioning as part of the recursive process through which they design their design activity. Moving between conversations that pursue the goals of a project and meta conversations in which they question the goals to pursue and methods they employ in doing so. This recursive ethical questioning offers a way to cope with the incommensurability of values and goals that is commonplace given the fragmented state of contemporary ethics, which is no ethics at all. It allows for ethical reflection about how we design and how we constitute the relationship between designers and those they design for. Alright, the concept of recursive ethics is also linked to the idea that our claims to knowledge are intertwined with the purposes we pursue and our relationships with others and the world, which is a starting point for applying ethical considerations nested within ethical discourse itself. So here's a basic example. Every cycle of oppression functions through the illusion of justified control, whether geopolitical, psychological, or ideological. My reference to drone strikes is an empirical example of recursive oppression. Action. Drone strike kills civilians. Reaction. Survivors radicalize in response. Narrative. Survivors are now labeled terrorists. System outcome. The state claims further justification to escalate. This is not just cause and effect, it's recursive feedback, where oppression not only repeats, it self-replicates and mutates its moral narrative just to stay justified.
Which is exactly what he's done. He just avoids,
The dynamic is
blocks
visible
me.
in U.S. foreign policy. Iraq, Yemen, Pakistan,
He's not a reasonable person.
Pakistani,
But yeah, I have the video here. It's on my YouTube.
Delve deeper into
How to apply
specificity.
recursive logic
So,
personally.
test your statement with real-world examples. Has an authority figure ever lied? Yes. Update belief. Second, recursion. So you're going 3 and then going back, like not backwards, you're going recursively, going from 3 to 2. Update your belief. Update 2. Adapt your statement based on evidence. Authority figures sometimes lie. Step 4. Examine consequences. Third recursion of 3. Ask what happens if everyone believes your revised statement. People remain cautious, good, but trust suffers. What does caution do? Step 5. Evaluate deeper implications. Fourth recursion. If caution erodes trust, could it harm healthy relationships? Overly cautious relationships are strained. Is universal caution always positive? What does caution do? Yeah. Okay. And then step 6, refine again. To be more accurate and balanced. Authority figures can lie. Critical thinking is necessary. Trust requires evidence.
Trust requires evidence, which he has not provided. So I don't know why anyone should trust Thought Slime.
Why, or change anything about themselves or their lifestyle.
Which is literally him. He refuses to go vegan. Even though he could, he has every privilege given to him. Ironic that that's at 420. explains why you yourself consider yourself the 4chan chosen one, using memes just like you say fascists use. So he talks about how fascists use memetics. He's talked about that in a post, but then he goes and uses memetics. He goes and uses 4chan memetics right here. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Where did I put it? Down here. Forgot where I put it. Right here. Right here. I did it. I sat down and wrote a short script without going down any rabbit holes. I am the chosen one. And that goes into like my whole ARG. I used rabbits as links in Reddit as a mind map. So I turned my subreddit into an ARG. So basically I turned my Reddit page into a mind map. I turned Reddit into Obsidian, just using emojis. And so I would leave these rabbits and you would click them and you would go down a little rabbit hole into new information. So that's what he's referencing. He's directly referencing my ARG. Let's see here. See, I can prove it. I can actually just prove it. I can show you right now. Let's see. Where's a PDF? Where do I have my PDFs at for the Bored Apes? Or is that my other vault? I can just go ahead and bring it up in my browser and show my browser. Oh wait, I have it. Also have it on my Obsidian website too. Reddit, November 2020. Attachments. Okay, so it's in my public vault. Do I have it in this vault? ARG. Attachments. Okay, so it's in my other Obsidian vault, but oh, I can bring it up. Yeah, I can just bring it up on the website. Let's see, publish. Okay, public ARG iCard, archives, Reddit, attachments. Okay, let's see, how do I do this? How do I, studio mode, and then Brave. So this is like my ARG. This is a copy. I have the archives even. So you can check out the Reddit archives, like actual Reddit archives. Let's see. So if I go to here, see? This is an archive of Reddit where I had my ARG going. Everything is heavily encoded. Like, I mean heavily encoded. Like, you have no idea the levels of autism that I was going through. So see here a rabbit in the bottom left down here, it shows the YouTube link, and down right here it shows another thread. And so like a mantra video is like a corpus basically. Think of it like a manual, a game manual. And then it shows the rabbit and the mantra video, which means you're supposed to click these rabbits and tie that information to the third rabbit that has the same symbol as the mantra vidya. So the mantra vidya is like the scroll looking emoji. The snake is Ouroboros, so it means circle around, so it means you're supposed to read it and then come back to this page and then go all the way back. So you're recursively learning. So every time so other threads redirect themselves to the initial thread, and every time you read the initial thread after reading others, you have new information. You have new correlations. So every time you go back to the start is new. If that makes sense? Like, it has information that you didn't understand before, but when you return to the start, you now have information that you didn't before. And you go through the whole process again. It's recursive learning. And it was heavily encoded, like so heavily encoded. So like I have links to like the Upanishads, Ardashvanara. So if I click this link, it goes to Ardashvanara. So there's a character I had based off of them, because it's a trans goddess. It's like one of the first few trans goddesses. Like I just want to say goddess instead of god. I don't know why, but yeah. So it's like an intersex god, like way before Christ. Way before Christ, there was an intersex goddess, deity. There we go, deity. That's the word I'm looking for. So there was yeah, like half male, half woman, where the dominant right side is female. She's got a lion and a goat. The same thing that's in, let's see, where did I have that? I don't know if I had that linked here. No, I didn't. Do I? No, it's in another page. But yeah, there's this goddess called Nava Durga. So if I go Nava Durga, so Nava Durga has the same thing right here. So she's got an ox. She's got an ox. So you see, she's got an ox and a lion. The same thing as Nava Durga. So like it's like basically like perennial philosophy, but just like completely different. But it's mostly ontology. It's like ontological philosophy. It's not actual like spirituality or anything like that. It's not like that. It's not like a yeah, it's not like a religion or anything to me. It's all archetypes and stories and correlating data that relates to one another. Like how different gods like are basically, it's basically like Marvel and DC. Marvel and DC, for instance, they clone each other's characters. Like so like there's Hawkeye, and then there's Green Arrow, and then there's Flash, and then there's Quicksilver. You see what I'm saying? There's Rorschach, and then there's the character The Question. So like they basically copy each other's characters, but they just change them enough, right? They just tweak it enough. Anyways, let's get back to topic.
They are perfect as they are. They always have been. Things used to make sense when they, or people like them, were in control, or they perceived people like that to be in control. So the world must change back to that standard in order to oblige them. And do you see how that belief, right? Do you see how the belief that like they're perfect and the only reason they're not rightfully heralded as a superior being is because someone else fucked them over?
It sounds kind of like him, to be honest. It almost sounds like he's describing himself. Let's see.
Have been. Things used to make sense when they, or people like them, were in control, or they perceived people like that to be in control. So the world must change back to that standard in order to oblige them. And do you see?
This is exactly how he's like criticizing my ethics in games because it's different, because it's new, right? He's doing the exact same thing. Because it's different, he's against it. So let's see.
Or they perceived people like that
God, I'm stoned. Let's see here. 420. You mean how you hate vegans who are doing more with their dietary choices than you do spreading hate and disinformation because you refuse to self-analyze? You refuse to do anything more than a surface layer, a cursory glance?
To be in control, so the world must change back to that standard in order to oblige them. And do you see how that belief, right? Do you see how the belief that like they're perfect and the only reason they're not rightfully heralded as a superior being is because someone else fucked them?
And that's flashlighting again. So you got to keep in mind, he's talking about me the entire video because he referenced me. He's talking about everyone he referenced, and he references me and my framework directly so many times, so many specific ways, right? It's like, it's more than 3. There's like 20 plus instances. There's like so many instances that I have documented where he's basically like hijacking my framework and shit and then saying it's this or saying I'm this or saying I'm that by just because he's assigning me as a fascist. And he's talking the entire video about fascists. So he's claiming that I see myself as perfect and immutable to change and this and that, and I never said that. I never claim perfection. I have an entire post pinned on the side of Reddit, which you have stalked, otherwise you wouldn't have known about my recursive ethics. I scaffolded from pre-existing ethics and logic, which you mislabel recursive as backwards in time intentionally. Example, recursive ethics. Open a new tab. Recursive thinking in real time is about breaking down a problem into smaller manageable parts and solving them step by step. It's forward thinking process that helps you tackle complex problems efficiently. Recursive doesn't mean backwards. Backwards means backwards. He doesn't even know what recursive means.
Them over might appeal to like a great big loser, a fantasy.
You mean how you're bastardizing everything I've said and warping it into something it's completely not? Because you don't believe in investigation as it's a waste of time?
Without any grasp on reality, a mediocre person without
No grasp on reality. Oh my god.
might appeal to like
443. So, because someone believes in philosophy, someone loves philosophy, like, they're batshit apparently. People that like philosophy and learn from philosophy actually study philosophy. They have no grasp in reality apparently. Because I don't understand you, therefore you're crazy. That's what he's saying. I don't understand you, so you're crazy. That's what a fascist does. That's what a narcissist does. That's narcissistic gaslighting. That's flashlighting. You mean that, like, not being able to research ethics, veganism, and other climate ethics, or recursive logic. So more than one thing can't be true at the same time. Someone can't have disabilities or be abuse survivors and be right? You see what I'm saying? It's dismissive as fuck.
a great big loser, a fantasist without any grasp on reality, a mediocre person without anything to offer the world who can't emotionally process their inadequacies and need to find someone else to blame for why life didn't go their way? It's not that they're not good enough to get what they want, it's because the whole world isn't fair, or rather, isn't unfair in.
So, a disabled person that has nothing, that is trying to get disability and fight for disability, who has literally like nothing, you shouldn't help disabled people. So you're for eugenics basically. So it's a disabled person's fault that they're disabled. So it's a disabled person's fault because they don't have privileges, and also it's gaslighting that there's no logical response to literally facing oppression. Like, when you're oppressed, like, yeah, you have every right to be pissed off. You have every right to be emotional. So you don't believe in being oppressed by systems and people that are causing issues? You don't believe there are disabled people without privileges. You believe don't exist. That is like so fucked up. That is so fascistic. That is so fucking fascistic. It's literally what every narcissist does. They blamed their victim for being manipulated, right? Like, they blame their victim for having a rational response. Like, when you're oppressed, like, a rational response is sometimes like a breakdown or a hole in the wall or something like that. Like, that's a rational response to oppression. That's actually rational. What's not normal is being a cold, calculating person that has no emotions whatsoever, that insults caretakers, is completely lacking self-awareness about how he describes himself. It is literally like psychotic. Oh yeah, it's totally our fault that we had to stick with her abusive husband for 30 years so that my mom could get medicine. It's totally my fault that I couldn't take the abuse anymore. It's totally my fault, right? It's totally my fault I'm disabled and was abused. That's so psychotic.
life didn't go their way. It's not that they're not good enough to get what they want. It's because the whole world isn't fair, or rather, isn't.
Well, the world isn't fair. What about that? Like, the whole world isn't. When you're disabled, there's no such thing as fairness when you're disabled. Like, there's no such thing as fairness when you're disabled. Like, being disabled means a lack of privilege. He doesn't understand what a lack of privilege even is.
Unfair in their favor anymore, like it should be, even when they're.
So he's against equality. So for equality, you have to give people privileges that they didn't have before. That's a direct requirement for equality, because you have to give those that don't have privileges privileges. That means giving them things that they normally couldn't get on their own. That's equality. Equality is not fucking isn't just taking privileges away. It's giving privileges to people that didn't have them before.
Inarguably successful, rich and powerful beyond most people's wildest dreams. Hypothetically, off the top of my head, I don't know, the richest man in the world. They just have such loser energy. They're bitter.
And so since he's directly referenced my framework and me therein so many times, he's literally comparing me to Elon Musk. Someone that's rich, that is like extremely abusive and this and that. This is memetic warfare at play. This is literally memetic warfare. Like, hardcore memetic warfare.
Unhappy, completely preoccupied with petty little grievances, no matter how much wealth, power, and prestige they manage to accrue.
I mean, you had Tim Waltz, who's a huge jerk, running around on stage with a Tesla stock.
So this goes into his whole like using memetics and Blue Sky, right? I called him out. I did what he says other people should do. I called out fascism, and then he blocked me. So it's petty to you, but discrimination is not petty. Targeted harassment, incitement of violence, that is petty. That is petty as fuck. Doing that and then blocking someone because you can't handle that they called you out, that is the definition of petty. That is so petty.
Price where the stock price had gone in half.
522.
I mean, you had Tim Waltz, who's a huge jerk, running around on stage with a Tesla stock price where the stock price had gone in half, and he was overjoyed. What an evil thing to do.
They can't help it. They are losers. It is baked in. They can't change it. And it's critical that we understand.
So he's describing a disabled person again. Disabled people can't change that they have lacking of privileges. Like, that's That's why that's why being disabled means oppression. Like any disabled person that's really disabled knows oppression. Like, I know oppression. I've been oppressed my entire life in an abusive household. Like, I've been oppressed my entire life. And I didn't have the privilege to just get a job and then leave my abuser. I had to stick with my abuser if I wanted to not go homeless. Like, you can't imagine what it's like lacking privileges. This guy is so privileged, beyond privileged. He is so privileged, he's not aware of the privileges he has. He wants to talk about the rich's privileges, but he won't even acknowledge his privileges because he literally attacked my executive dysfunction, which is discrimination. That's anti-disability. That's what a fascist does. Fascists target disabilities.
Understand this. I'm not saying this just to mock them. That's a side benefit. It's not hard to mock them. Look at them. It's very frustrating to argue with them. You might have noticed this because
Wait, did he just...
That's a side benefit. It's not hard to mock them. Look at them.
Did he Photoshop those? That's the same... That's like the same sort of glasses that they put on me. What the fuck? That's like memetic shit right there. That's deep.
It's very frustrating to argue with them. You might have noticed this.
Yo, you're telling me dude just blocks people when they outright call you out on your fucking discrimination.
Because you'll never beat them on effort. You have other things to do. You have to go to work, take care of your loved ones, enjoy your...
Oh yeah, this is I think I got some of the I think some of the timestamps
You
wrong.
might have noticed this because you'll never beat them on effort. You have other things.
Yeah, this must be ableism. Man, I'm gonna have to redo the timestamps. No. So this is like ableism. So like, what about disabled people? So this is 552. That's a big difference. What the fuck? Let me check. 552. Yeah, I got the timestamps wrong. Oh, I'm gonna have to go over this again. Shit. 552. So literally he's saying disabled people are losers or are fascist. So
To do. You have to go to work, take care of your loved ones, enjoy your hobbies, and have sex. But
gay sex. And that's really weird that he would put gay sex like he's trying to say that you should be gay, which is like everything. What does the right always say? They're trying to say we have to be gay and stuff like that. And here he is literally saying you have to have gay sex. Have gay sex. It couldn't just be sex. It has to be gay sex. That's what every right-winger uses as ammunition these days, right? Their anti-gay rhetoric. So he's saying I'm a weird asshole all day, but I can't go to work because I'm disabled. I take care of loved ones, and I enjoy hobbies. This is a hobby. This is learning for me, and it's also showing people what a slime actually is ontologically. Like, or no, epistemically. Sorry, epistemically.
they have nothing else. This is it for them. This is all they have. Operate much like...
So if a disabled person has nothing, they're a loser. They're a fascist. So people that are disabled are losers to him. That's
cults.
crazy.
When one joins them, they are at first overwhelmed with the appearance of validation and support. This is called love bombing.
And now he's getting into cults. He's calling my fucking framework a cult. That's fucking slanderous. I'm sure glad I never made a video where I told people to incite violence against Elon Musk.
Joins them, they are at first overwhelmed with the appearance of validation and support. This is called love bombing.
Which is the exact opposite of what I do. I do the exact opposite of love bombing. I tell people that they probably don't want to be interested in ethics. Like they don't want to be ethical, right? Like it's hard. It's not easy doing shit, right? Like being good is not easy. If being good was easy, it'd be the default, right? It'd be the norm. Being a good person would be the norm, but it's not. It's a rare thing these days. Which is why I've said most people don't want to be hyper sane, because to be hyper sane means being anti-popular, being like anti-charismatic to a degree. It requires a sacrifice socially, usually. It ostracizes you and makes you an outsider. And I don't do love bombing. Like,
and it's meant to endear you to them, to become dependent on them to meet your emotional needs. Then, that validation and support is gradually withheld in order to pressure the target into severing ties with the normie world.
Which I've never done. Normie equals perfectly abled and privileged, the same way you think the disabled are losers, right? Again, this is what I'm talking about. Like, he's using othering. He's using tribalistic othering, right? It's us versus them tribalistic thinking. It's, oh my god, it's so hypocritical.
That validation and support is gradually withheld in order to
He probably doesn't even have an epistemic definition of normal, right? Like, most people don't have a really good definition of what is normal. By normal, they usually mean what's standard, like what's popular. They usually mean like what's the majority of. That's what most people consider normal, is like the majority of like people, like the average person, right? So instead of normal, they should be saying average. Like, it's so brainlet. See, useful one can be to the cause.
pressure the target into severing ties with the normie world. They drive away anyone outside of their hateful little bubble, so their entire network of social support depends on how useful they can be to the cause. It's the only way they can feel.
Like how you and other fake lefties gatekeep activism, saying the disabled can't make posts since they're disabled and can't protest, right? This is something a lot of lefties have done, is they've criticized people for like posting on Blue Sky and stuff like that, but it's like, if you're disabled, you can't go protest. If you're a caretaker, you have loved ones to take care of, you can't just go protest, right? Just because you can't protest doesn't mean you're not useful to the cause, right? And that's exactly what lefties are. Lefties are all about, if you're not useful to the cause, you're not useful at all. You're like a fascist, basically, is what they say, is what he's saying. If you're not useful to the cause, you're like a fascist. If you're disabled, you're a fascist. If you're disabled, you're a weirdie, not a normie. You're a weirdo, not a normie. If you are disabled and you can't work a job, and there's nothing you can do but just like play games and stuff. So that makes someone a weirdo because they're disabled and they can't work. Like, you see what I'm saying? There's no logical reasoning to any of this.
Part of something anymore because nobody else wants anything to do with them at this point. They start to question your loyalties. Maybe you're a plant trying to make them look bad. That validation and support
And
is
that's
gradually
memetic
withheld
warfare.
in
That's
order to
memetic
pressure
warfare.
the target into severing ties with the normie world.
He literally has made me look bad. Like, what are you talking about? And then this is what you call planting plausible deniability. He's baked in plausible deniability. So gaslighting what you actually do minus the plant. Or is that the normie world?
Target into severing ties with the normie world.
617.
In order to pressure the target into severing ties with the normie world. They drive away anyone outside of their hateful little bubble, so their entire network of social support depends on how useful they can be to the cause. It's the only way they can feel part of something anymore, because nobody else wants anything to do with them at this point.
Well, I wonder why. Because you've ideologically aligned me as a fascist, and you've ideologically aligned recursion as backwards. You literally have gone around telling people that recursion is backwards thinking, that it's backwards. Recursion isn't backwards. It's breaking things up into smaller steps and making it more digestible. Like what I'm doing here. I'm breaking everything down to the smallest increment. That's how you do research. You don't do a surface analysis.
They start to question your loyalties. Maybe you're a plant trying to make them look bad. Losers don't do difficult things. They take the easy.
So again, he's assigning disabled people as losers. So what's your definition of hard? This is what I'm talking about. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. He is so privilege blind and so hateful and discriminate against the disabled. So without going down any rabbit holes, I am the chosen one. He's making fun of a disability. He's making fun of a disability. Look, everyone, he's making fun of disabilities.
Way out. Everything becomes.
So it's not easy doing this shit. Are you fucking kidding me? You think this is easy? You think being disabled is easy? You think being a caretaker is easy? Are you fucking psychotic? Like, you really think being a caretaker is easy? You really think having executive dysfunction is easy? You really think ADHD is easy with no medicine? Like, you really think that? You really believe that? That is, wow. It's so brainlet, I don't have real cohesive words for it. Losers don't do difficult things, and see? So the disabled are losers. You're calling me a loser from a lack of biological privilege. What seems lazy may require more effort than you probably put into it. I put in way more effort than he has I put in more effort into my ARG. I put more effort into this. I put way more effort into things. It just doesn't, the quality isn't the same because I have barriers.
Anyone outside of their hateful little bubble, so their entire network of social support depends on how useful they can be to the cause. It's the only way they can feel part of something anymore, because nobody else wants anything to do with them at this point. They start to question your loyalties. Maybe you're a plant.
Like, dude hates the disabled. Like, he's most likely for eugenics. A lot of lefties are for eugenics these days.
Trying to make them look bad. Losers.
So it's like, what's your definition of hard? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, he thinks sitting down and writing a script is easy because it's easy for him, right? It's not easy for the disabled. So what's easy for you is difficult for other people that are disabled. So they're losers because they have barriers to life that you are privileged, that you don't even have to acknowledge. You don't even have to acknowledge that disability is a barrier, that there are barriers. You don't even have to acknowledge that barriers exist.
Don't do difficult things. They take the easy way out. Everything becomes filtered through this lens. Every action, every statement, every thought becomes an opportunity to signal their support for the cause.
Fucking pronouns!
Everything becomes part of this eternal struggle, a symptom of the rot at the core of society that they are meant to oppose, a chance for them to
Exactly what he's doing using memetic warfare. He's literally describing himself using memetic warfare again.
be visibly, loudly loyal to the in-group. What might feel like a very trivial matter to you is transformed in their mind into a life or death battle against their perceived enemy force.
So climate change isn't life or death. Climate change is a life and death battle. Like, that's something I talk about, that he's against me partly because I'm vegan, and I call out the fact that he's not vegan, so he doesn't care about climate change at all, right? He's privileged. He could go vegan. He decides not to. He is so privileged. He gives himself infinite ethical leeway and gives no one else any leeway. Does that sound like a reasonable or rational person? Like how you and yours don't care about climate extinction, a literal life or death battle for everything on the planet. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about climate change. He doesn't care that climate change is a life or death battle. So, like, I mean, there's the climate clock, Google climate clock. There's like 3 years left before climate change is irreversible. 3 years left. And then after that, that's what they call the tipping point. And that's when everything just starts hitting the planet all at once. Like, I hate people like this. Like, he's a bully. Like, there's no word around it. Like, he's a bully. Like, it's so disgusting, man.
Loudly loyal to the in-group. What might feel like a very trivial matter to you is transformed in their mind into a life or death battle against their perceived enemy forces. But to them, this is a battleground upon which the future of our entire culture, nay, humanity, hinges.
Oh, okay, let's see. Let me prove this. Let's see here. Climate clock. What does this say again? 3 years, 182 days. So what was he saying again?
Loudly loyal to the in-group. What might feel like a very trivial matter to you is transformed in their mind into a life or death battle against their perceived enemy forces. But to them, this is a battleground upon which the future of our entire culture, nay, humanity, hinges.
So, explain how climate change isn't a life or death battle? Can you explain how the extinction of everything on the planet should be ignored? Can you tell me this?
Which, of course, makes them very important. That makes their posts very important.
You mean like yourself? So, okay, so people, cuz it is important. It is important. Vegans are important. Vegans are one of the only people doing anything about it, right? So again, he's saying that vegan posts are worthless. Like, vegans don't make a difference. Vegans aren't important people, but they are. Vegans are important people. They're very important. They're also a minority, statistically a minority. I need a smoke break. Well, beloved dub dub. It is a battleground for the fate of mankind. It's called true socialism, which includes veganism. You can't be a socialist without being on some sort of a plant-based diet or reductionist to some degree, some significant
It's not
degree.
a waste of time, actually, Dad. They're fighting to save humanity from the bad guys by making posts, by posting about video games. They are saving the world. They will spend as much time as is required because they have convinced themselves that the whole world is at stake and they have nothing but time. This total
Nothing but time. You mean like the literal clock, the climate clock?
attitude also justifies any measures they take against you, because if you're with the people trying to
So your memes aren't important. Your Blue Sky account isn't important. So he's literally talking about himself. He's literally describing himself.
very important. Very important. It's not a waste of time, actually, Dad. They're fighting to save humanity from the bad guys by making posts, by posting about video games. They are saving the world. They will spend as much time as
I've said the opposite. See, when I wrote this, this is how you know this is older. When I wrote this, it says 4 years left. There's now 3 years left. That's how long this has been going on. That's how long he's been spreading disinformation about me. Also, my mom or I are sick and have less biological time than you, so you're literally wasting my time with the constant bullying and shit, the disinformation. He's wasting my time while saying that I'm wasting his other people's time. That's gaslighting. That's literal gaslighting, which is something a fascist does.
posting about video games. They are saving the world. They will spend as much time
And also, so if it's the truth, it should be fought for, right? So it's like saying also the truth shouldn't be fought for. If it's important, you put time into it. If it's climate change, then yeah. And it's like, the ARG was a game, but it was an educational game. Like, it was a completely educational game.
time as is required because they have convinced themselves that the whole world is at stake and they have nothing but time. This totalizing attitude also justifies any measures they take against you.
You mean like how you're doing to me? Just like how you justify discrimination. Like, my dude, you are a bigot. You are a literal bigot.
At stake and they have nothing but time. This totalizing attitude also justifies any measures they take against you, because if you're with the people trying to destroy the world, there's nothing that's too bad to do to you. up to and including murder and torture.
So he's labeling me as someone that's a murderer. So the person that has a choice and chooses to murder animals for climate change versus someone that does everything in their means to not use animal products, that rarely uses animal products. Let's see. That makes you the murderer, not anyone else. You, like, you're murdering and raping cows. So yeah, that makes you the murderer. So by associating my framework and me multiple times, uh, uh, so many times, he's now labeling me as someone that would justify murder, apparently, or something.
With the people trying to destroy the world, there's nothing that's
Let's see, 741. Fascists are bullies. And that's exactly what he is. He's a bully. I don't care if he's gay. He's a bully.
too bad to do to you, up to and including murder and torture. And they would murder and torture you. They do it right now even, gleefully.
So he's saying I murder and torture people and stuff. What?
Luckily for us, they're also cowards. They have
You mean like how you blocked me? Oh, you mean how you blocked me after using memetic warfare to discriminate on disability? So only a bigot, only a bully discriminates someone on a disability. On autism, and so he's anti-autism and he's anti-ADHD. He's anti-psychiatry. Like how you're spreading disinformation that's stealing my livelihood, which is eugenics. He's literally in effect is murdering me. I could argue in court that he's murdering me because he is. Because of what his words have done, he's essentially committing eugenics. He has a hand in eugenics. That's every fascist ever. Like how you target me, use Nazi 4chan memes, then block me for pointing it out and running from accountability. There's nothing more cowardice than insulting a disabled person on a disability and then blocking them when they say, hey, that's memetic warfare. That's all I said. I didn't even curse. All I did was point it out. That's all I had to do was point it out. And he blocked me. That's so fucking cowardice. Like, that is so fucking cowardice.
to be, right? A brave person would simply confront their problems instead of becoming a fascist about them.
You mean like you, right?
They'll only resort to violence when they know for a fact that there's no threat to themselves.
Which is exactly what he's done. That's why he doesn't name me. Because he thinks by not naming me, that by denaming me, which is what literally Nazis have done historically and he's doing now, so he's a Nazi by like literally his actions. He's literally repeating the actions that Nazis do. Both historic Nazis and present Nazis. He's mimicking Nazis. So he's denaming me, but he references me constantly. He references my recursive framework. He directly quotes me multiple times from Reddit. He steals my quotes directly from Reddit, which I already covered. So, like, right there, like, I have a ton of correlations that prove that he's referring to me. And he does that because plausible deniability, because he only does it if there's no threat to himself, right? He's literally describing himself. He is lacking any self-awareness that he is literally describing himself.
Which is why it's critical we never allow them to get to that point. They're to get to that point, becoming a fascist about them. They'll only resort to violence when they when they know for a fact that there's no threat to themselves, which is why it's critical we never allow them to get to that point.
Cancel culture, eugenics, right? He's trying to censor me. He's like literally trying to shut me up and like trying to turn people against me and shit. That's eugenics and censorship. What the fuck? Cancel culture and anti-freedom. That's cancel culture. That's, you're denaming because it makes you safe, and then you're hiding. You're hiding like a little rat. Like a little slimy rat.
There should always be a threat to fascists should they try to do fascist shit.
And that's a picture, so that's a picture of punching someone. So he's literally telling people that it's okay to go around and punch someone if you think they're a fascist. If you think they're a fascist, it's okay to punch them. But don't do any due diligence, he says. Just a surface, cursory glance. If you think they're a fascist, you should punch them. That's what he's literally implying, verbatimly implying. He's verbatim implying that you should punch someone if you think they're a fascist. Think about that. He's inciting violence.
That time comes, they're content to just pester their enemies incessantly, try to make their lives miserable through whatever petty little means they can manage.
Oh, you mean like this? You mean like what you're doing to me? That's literally what you're doing to me. You are... like, words can't describe, like, the level of narcissism this person has. Like, the level of narcissism this person is. Like, this person is completely a narcissist. They are high on their power, and they are using their power to incite violence on YouTube. They're inciting violence. I'm pretty sure that's not just illegal, but it's also against YouTube's terms and policies.
Wrote, the very serious function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being.
Exactly what you're doing to me. Literally doing what you're doing, hindering my life by spreading lies, hate, discrimination, and false misrepresentations. You're literally doing this to me, which is faslighting. It's fascist gaslighting. You're gaslighting that someone's a fascist when you're the fascist. He's the fascist. That is so disgusting. That's exactly what he's doing to me. And then he talks about how the more you explain it, the more irrational you sound, right? The more irrational you sound. That's why I've had to do this video. That's why I had to do this live stream, because if this does go to court, it'll be a complete record of everything.
Becoming a fascist about them. They'll only resort to violence when they know for a fact that there's no threat to themselves, which is why it's critical we never allow them to get to that point. There should always be a threat to fascists should they try to do fascist shit. Until that time comes, they're content to just pester their enemies incessantly, try to make their lives miserable through whatever petty little means they can manage. Wrote, the very serious function of racism is distraction. Petty little means they can manage. Wrote, the function The very serious function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. Somebody says you have no language, and you spend 20 years proving that you do. Somebody says your head isn't shaped properly, so you have scientists working on the fact that it is. Somebody says you have no art, so you dredge that up. Somebody says you have no kingdoms, so you dredge that up. None of this is necessary. There will always be one more thing.
And so this is like memetic warfare. So he's literally intentionally set this up. So he knows what he's doing. Like, he full on knows what he's doing. So he set this up so that if anyone has to, so if I have to explain this, it makes me sound crazy and this and that. But it's like, I have all the proof. Like, I've already proven it. The proof is there. He just refuses to look at it because he's too much of a coward.
So you can't ever expect them to be reasonable, ever. They will die on every hill. They will argue about every little point of minutia, forever. They will deny anything you say, no matter how absurd it seems to do so. They will assume the counterposition to every position you offer, play devil's advocate.
Exactly what he's doing. Exactly what he's doing to me. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's exactly what he's doing. Like, he's literally bitching the entire video.
About everything. Muddy the waters on every single fact, no matter how inconsequential or self-evident it may be. They'll just...
Yeah, how self-evident it is that you're a fascist.
Deny it. Pointlessly. Why bother? We can see him doing it, guys. What are you talking about? They can't possibly mean it. Not even they could be that dumb.
Yeah, he is lying. He is lying. He is lying. He knows what he's doing. There is malicious intent involved. I kind of want this to go to court. I would love to bust out all my obsidian with everything mapped out. He's wasted my fucking time this much. Yes, you are. Just yes. You are lying.
They are lying. Fascists lie. And this is where most people get it wrong.
Slimes lie.
Because they do, obviously. They lie, yes. They also believe their lies, sort of.
Just like him. He believes everything he's saying. Even the bits about, you're a loser if you're disabled, basically, is what he was saying. He was saying if you're disabled, you're a loser.
Even when they know they're lying, they believe their lies. Not because they're dumb, though, but for a far more insidious reason. What I think a lot of people fail to understand is that fascists view truth differently than regular people. From their perspective, and this is going to sound strange, but...
This gets into the bit where he mentions my framework, my recursive framework. So it's picking up kind of a bit. Let me get some more kratom. This is when he bastardizes researching, like, in its entirety. He bastardizes epistemology. He bastardizes everything.
From their perspective, and this is going to sound strange, but please bear with me, speaking a falsehood but for a far more insidious reason. What I think a lot of people fail to understand is that fascists
Like how you think recursive means backwards and it isn't possible. It is. Recursion is possible.
view truth differently than regular people. From their perspective, and this is going to sound strange, but please bear with me, speaking of falsehood,
338. 337.
from their perspective, and this is going to sound strange,
Oops. So what you're doing to me? He's speaking falsehoods. He's not lying. He's just speaking falsehoods.
but please bear with me, speaking of falsehood isn't necessarily lying. A statement can not reflect reality, but still be true to a fascist. When most people think of truth, we view it as more or less like that which accords with reality. Something.
You mean like recursion? You mean like recursion? Where did I do with the recursion? Fuck. I put it around here somewhere. The recursive video.
Which is what everyone harassing me is never doing, right? Because if they don't acknowledge me, then they don't have to prove it, and they can't prove it. And this is what every fascist and Nazi does, right? They make claims without any proof, and they dename a person, which is dehumanizing, which mirrors fascists and Nazis in World War II, how they stripped the Jews of their names and gave them numbers, right? They removed their name, their identity, so they removed their ability to speak, which is what leftists like Thought Slime are doing against me by comparing me to people like Elon Musk. Elon Musk doesn't teach ethics. He just claims to teach ethics.
No, he didn't even claim to teach ethics. He just made an ethics claim. And see, he said when he says ethics in games, he's talking about my Hypersanity channel, the ethics part of recursive ethics, right? He's talking about recursive ethics when he says, "Oh, it's just ethics in games," and so, and he's criticizing ethics in games. So he's criticizing that, and he's criticizing my gaming channel, and he's also criticizing my ARG, right? Which I've already shown. Let's see here. Which I've already shown, but I guess I could show again. No, that's fine.
Distinct difference. And it's like I have all this evidence to back up what I'm saying, but people are just too stupid, lazy, and just outright bullies. Ethical example: lying is always morally wrong, which is an absolute moral absolutism. A friend asks if you like their gift, but you don't say yes to avoid hurt feelings. Contradicts original axiom immediately. Recursion 2. Does your lie cause harm or prevent harm? Prevents immediate hurt but may erode trust if discovered. Recursion 3. If everyone lies for minor convenience, trust collapses, clearly harmful. If no one ever lies, even to save lives or feelings, outcomes can be harmful, also problematic. Recursion 4. Lying is generally wrong due to trust erosion, except when honesty causes unnecessary harm. Thus, recursive ethics doesn't allow absolute statements easily. It forces nuanced, context-sensitive ethical refinement. But I would argue for absolute honesty, which is basically why I guess people hate me, but they can't say why they hate me. I guess it's because it's the truth. They know it's the truth, but they just can't accept the truth. They can't handle the truth. Using recursion to evaluate conspiracy theories, as seen from my growingly popular post on Reddit, which now almost has 2,000 views in just a day. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of leftists are gonna steal my content and pass it off as their own. And when I do, I'm gonna refer to this video and their video. Demonstration method. No secrets, just structure. Statement. The government spies on its citizens.
But yeah, that's recursion. Like, it teaches recursion. So let's go back to. Is there an image of it? Yeah. So right here.
Pakistan drone companion. It self-replicates feedback. Drone strike kills civilians. Our Alright, the concept of recursive ethics is also linked to the idea that our claims to knowledge are intertwined with the purposes we pursue and our relationships with others and the world, which is a starting point for applying ethical considerations nested within ethical discourse itself.
Meta ethics. Ethics within inside ethics. Like, it's very complex, like, nuanced stuff. And he's trying to simplify and bastardize entire fields. He's trying to say that recursion ethics isn't a thing. He's literally saying recursion ethics isn't a thing.
Is true if it matches what we see or experience or can measure. I'm talking in very broad strokes. And is that fascists view truth differently than regular people. From their perspective, and this is going to sound strange, but please bear with me, speaking a falsehood isn't necessarily lying. A statement can not reflect reality, but still be true to a fascist. When most people think of truth, we view it as more or less like that which accords
So, that which accords to reality, that's exactly what empiricism is. Consequentialism, veganism, and climate science, the things that I teach. Empiricism is consequentialism, veganism, climate science. That's what empiricism is, basically. Empiricism is consequentialism, veganism, climate science. Like, that's how I use it. So it's like, it's falsifiable. Everything I say is falsifiable, right? So if I'm wrong, you can prove me wrong. That's the honest starting point. He doesn't start from an honest starting. He doesn't have an honest starting point.
with reality. Something is true if it matches what we see or experience or can measure. I'm talking in very broad strokes here, obviously.
What we can see and measure, that's empiricism. That's exactly what empiricism is. So if I go to empiricism, empiricism is an epistemological view that holds true knowledge or justification comes either or primarily from sensory experience and empirical evidence. It is one of several competing views within epistemology, along with rationalism and skepticism. Empiricists argue that empiricism is a more reliable method of finding the truth than relying purely on logical reasoning because humans have cognitive biases like him and limitations which can lead to errors of judgment. Empiricism emphasizes the central role of empirical evidence in the formulation of ideas rather than innate ideas or traditions. Empiricists may argue that traditions or customs arise due to the relations of previous sensory experiences, right? Traditions aren't really rational, right? They're just done because they were done for so long and they just keep it going, sort of. So that's what I teach. I teach empiricism. It's in my framework. Empiricism is in my framework, which means it's falsifiable, which is good. which is a good thing. It's an honest starting point. It's an honest starting point.
It's not that simple. Like, we can't measure that you love your dog, for instance, but nonetheless,
You can measure how you love your dog. You can measure how you love your dog by how you treat your dog. You can measure how you love your dog, yes. You can measure yes. Like what? You can measure your love by your actions to something. If you beat your dog, for instance, you don't love your dog. That's easily measurable. Right? So, let's use recursion.
simple. Like, we can't measure that you love your dog.
So, the quote is, you can't measure love. But what is love if not actions dictated towards a person, loving actions or harmful actions? If a person beats their dog, is that a loving action? No. Does that display love? No, it displays hatred. It displays hate, not love. So therefore, you can measure love to some measurable degree. You can measure it.
For instance, but nonetheless, I accept it as true. Entire college courses could be taught on the philosophy of what is and is not truth, but more or less, that's how we mean it when we use the word day to day, right? Fascists, like all authoritarians, do not view truth remotely like this. To their mind,
Like how you spread provably wrong information and memes about me to dehumanize and just specifically me. Just me. Specifically me.
truth is not dictated by reality. It's actually the opposite. It works the other way. Reality is dictated by their truth. Truth, or rather their idea of truth, is the foundation from which reality is built, and therefore, nothing within reality could be invoked to contradict their truth. Reality is lesser. Reality is always changing. It's not dependable.
But reality is always changing, but we can still measure it. What? That makes no sense. He's wrong.
Reality is the earthly and mundane, while their truth is eternal, a higher power. It is transcendent. It is of God. A fascist can view a statement as true even when acknowledging that it's also an outright falsehood.
You mean like what you're doing? It's not dependable. You mean like how my framework can evolve and grow with new data, which you say is just an excuse and without needing to verify facts?
Reality is lesser. Reality is always changing.
We're getting close to the part where he mentions recursion. My recursive framework.
Reality is lesser. Reality is always changing. It's not dependable. Reality is the earthly and mundane.
If reality is constantly changing, then laws and everything else should be changing as well. Otherwise, you end up with things like slavery still. So, yeah, any framework that can't grow or evolve is not worth having, is not worth discussing. Because if a framework can't find something that's wrong and then change it, then what good is the framework? So consequentialism, for instance, consequentialism, just pure consequentialism with no other frameworks, just consequentialism itself is anti-disability. It values the majority. So who's the minority? Disabled people, right? It values the majority. It doesn't value minorities. It doesn't have consequentialism doesn't have outliers, right? Like veganism has outliers. Veganism has outliers, which few people even know about, really. But yeah, so you mean like how my framework can evolve and grow with new data, which is just an excuse and without needing any to verify facts and see and just an excuse.
While their truth is eternal, a higher power, it is transcendent, it is of God. A fascist can view a statement as true even when acknowledging that it's also an outright falsehood. And that seems like a contradiction to you and I. Truth and falsehood are mutually exclusive, but to a fascist, the falsity is merely base reality.
Like how you deny responsibility for your actions while gaslighting reality as it's proven. As it's proven. As I've proven.
Falsity is merely base reality, which remember, you can't count on. Truth transcends material reality. Truth is eternal and unchanging and not subject to reappraisal simply because reality contradicts it. That's why J.D. Vance can say with a straight face that it is true that Haitians were eating people's pets in Springfield, Ohio, even if he concedes, of course, that it is true that Haitians were eating people's pets in Springfield, Ohio, even if he concedes, of course, that it didn't actually happen. It's true, but that doesn't mean it happened. This is called the mythic truth. But that doesn't mean it happened.
Labeling empirical fields as mythic is inverting someone else's work like you admit fascists do. So he's literally inverting everything he's perverting my framework. He's perverting and bastardizing everything I have said in my framework and have said on Reddit and other things that he directly references and directly quotes me without naming me.
This is called the mythic truth, the truth which transcends reality. What that mythic truth represents is truer than true. The mythic truth simply is. It need not be truer than true. The
Like your false claims about me and my framework, about recursion.
The mythic truth simply is. It need not be justified. It need not be proven. It cannot be falsified. It cannot be questioned.
Which my framework is falsifiable because it uses falsifiable fields, right? It uses empiricism. So if I'm wrong somewhere, you could prove me wrong, and then I would update the framework and concede I was wrong. Like a logical, rational, reasonable person. Instead of doing these Nazi 4chan memetics, repeating fucking Nazi chan, that's pretty irrational, in my opinion. That's pretty irrational. Using memetic warfare is very irrational. Like, it's very irrational for someone to post this about a specific person discriminating against a disability, right? Knowing it's a disability and then discriminating against it. That's exactly what a Nazi does. That's what a fascist does. That's what a bigot does. Dude's a bigot. Dude's a gay bigot. You think of all the people, a gay person wouldn't be a bigot? But yes, there are gay bigots and gay fascists.
It is fixed, unchanging. It has always been thus, and so it will always be thus. The mythic truth in the minds of a fascist has been discovered over and over throughout history, embraced, leading to all of the great civilizations of the past, and then suppressed, leading to those civilizations' downfall. Fascism is syncretic. It takes ideas and concepts from.
So did you know that this is what Sartre did? Did you know that this is what Sartre did? Sartre took I did a video about this. Sartre did what the Nazis did. It's called scaffolding. It's where you take an existing field and then you branch and you build off of it. So imagine you buy a podunk house and then by the time you're done with it, it doesn't resemble the original house. That is scaffolding. That's what Sartre did. Sartre scaffolded frameworks. Sartre didn't actually invent anything. People don't realize this. Like, ethicists and philosophers for millennia have been scaffolding. The Nazis weren't the first ones to do it. They just did it evil. You can scaffold something into a monstrosity, or you can scaffold it into something that resembles equality, that values climate change, that values the preservation of all life on Earth. So millions of people throughout human history have scaffolded existing fields into something new but still true. Scaffolding doesn't make someone a fascist by default. That's a false equivalence. So let's get a video going again. Let's get my Sartre video. Oh, what? Oh, whoops.
All right, since there's
Oh, it's because it's fucking. I gotta show it on the fucking browser. Let's see.
a lot of since there's a lot of confusion between hypersanity, the concept, like the canonical concept, and my framework, the hypersane framework, I want to start by explaining what Sartre did, because Sartre did the exact same thing. Sartre took something that existed and then made it his own. He scaffolded it into his own metaphysical skyscraper. So before I get to the hypersanity part, allow me to proceed. Jean-Paul Sartre engaged in a kind of intellectual scaffolding, adapting and transforming earlier philosophical ideas, especially from Heidegger, Husserl, and Hegel, rather than copying in a plagiaristic sense. He was a synthesizer who reworked concepts to serve his existentialist goals. Sartre did not plagiarize, but rather adapted and recontextualized the ideas of others into a new existential framework. He practiced philosophical engineering, scaffolding from deep foundations to build his own metaphysical skyscraper. So imagine you buy a building and then you completely change it to where it's no longer the original building. That's scaffolding. That's literal scaffolding. Sartre was deeply influenced by Martin Heidegger's Being and Time. He borrowed core ideas like being in the real world, Dasein, transformed into being for itself, être pour soi, and in being itself, être in soi. Thrownness appears as the facticity of existence. However, Sartre secularized and pathologized Heidegger's ontological project, removing the transcendental concern and rooting it in radical freedom and anguish. So that's exactly what I've done, is I've made it more ontological than spiritual. It's nothing spiritual about it. Husserl's phenomenology forms the technical backbone of being and nothingness. Intentionality, epoch, and the phenomenological reduction are all present. Sartre expands Husserl's egoless consciousness into a theory of subjectivity with consciousness as last. Sartre scaffolded Husserl's method to explore consciousness not as a structure, but as freedom in the face of nothingness. Sartre and Hegel. Sartre rewrites the master-slave dialectic from the phenomenology of the spirit into his own theory of the look, le regard, and conflictual intersubjectivity. Where Hegel sees eventual synthesis, Sartre sees perpetual conflict. Hell is other people. Sartre's scaffolding approach. Sartre rarely invented philosophical tools from scratch. He didn't invent anything from scratch. He built frameworks using Husserl's method, Heidegger's ontology, and Hegel's dialectic, the same way that I use Vedic, Gnostic, and perennial philosophy to explain even things. All right, since there's a lot of confusion between hypersanity, the concept, like
even
the canonical
things
concept,
about
and my
psychology
framework,
and
archetypes, and not analyzing anything in the cinema, like I can break anything down using my framework, but rewired them to save his emphasis on freedom, responsibility, and negation. Example of transformed concepts: Heidegger, being in the world for being for itself, ontological negation. Husserl, intentionality versus consciousness as being what it is not. Hegel, master-slave dialectic versus the look/intersubjective conflict. Kierkegaard, despair in individual faith versus anguish, bad faith, and self-deception. Here's some books if you want to read more about that. Sartre did not plagiarize. He rather adopted and recontextualized the ideas of others into a new existential framework. He practiced philosophical engineering, scaffolding from deep foundations to build his own metaphysical skyscraper, the way I've done with my obsidian. Like that's what my vault is. My vault is a metaphysical skyscraper, essentially. So no, I did not unknowingly do anything wrong by calling my project Hypersanity, and it is not technically stealing. Naming a project, framework, or philosophy is not infringement unless it violates very specific legal conditions, which this does not. What I've done falls squarely within normal, legitimate intellectual practice. Words and abstract concepts are not copyrightable. Copyright protects specific expressions, not ideas, themes, or terms. Hypersanity as a word or concept cannot be stolen unless copied from a protected work in a directly derivative way. There is the book on hypersanity, but the book itself is not hypersanity. For trademark infringement, all of the following must be true. The term is a registered trademark in the same domain, and are using it commercially. My usage causes consumer confusion about source or endorsement, which I have been very outspoken as to what it is. People are confused because they don't put in the work. That's their failure, not mine. My case is no known registered trademark dominating the space. I am not impersonating a company or product. My usage is philosophical, technical, and conceptual. There is no confusion with an existed branded system. Trademark infringement threshold is not met. Even if a similar term exists elsewhere, independent development is fully legitimate. Philosophy, systems theory, and frameworks routinely reuse and recontextualize language. I am not copying structure, branding, or code. I'm only using a descriptive term I developed meaningfully. So I took the word hypersanity and then I put in a whole bunch of my own theories and ideas and philosophies, and some of them existing, and scaffolded those. So it's completely original. This is normal in philosophy. Logos, nous, and gnosis are reused for millennia, and even things about psychology and archetypes and not analyzing anything in the cinema. Like I can break anything down.
So yeah, people have been doing this for millennia. It's called scaffolding. It's called scaffolding. There's a word for it, and you didn't know. You didn't know that. You think Nazis are the only ones that scaffolded something. Just because someone scaffolds something doesn't make them a fascist. That is incredibly simplistic. That is so unethical. So unethical.
Leading to those civilizations' downfall. Fascism is syncretic. It takes ideas and concepts from multiple sources and tries to synthesize them into a broad, sweeping set of principles that they can apply backwards in time.
Backwards in time. He's talking about recursion. So he's directly talking about my recursive
To question the mythic
recursion.
truth is therefore, in their minds, not simply a matter of disagreement, but to defy the will of nature, to stand in opposition to what they see as the animating force of the universe, to invite the fall of civilization, causing humanity to backslide into barbarism.
Barbarism. So he thinks recursion is backwards. I once said that you go backwards, but you're still going forwards. Like you go backwards to go forwards even more. It's hard to explain except for the graph in my video. You're analyzing like a analysis. You're analyzing an analysis, basically. You're like questioning a question. Whoops. So I can prove he's talking about me because of that meme. That the one and all that. It's undeniable. Like the evidence is overwhelming. Like the evidence is so overwhelming. That meme solidifies it. That meme, that this solidifies that he's talking specifically about me. He's talking specifically about me when he said that. So that's how I know the video's about me. And then he jokes about self-harm. He jokes about self-harm. So like suicide and self-harm is a joke to him. Like that's him, not me. That's literally what graping and torturing animals needlessly for your hedonistic glee is. Dude is literally murdering, torturing, and raping animals, and that's the definition of barbarism. Him, not me. Him. He doesn't have to murder, torture, and rape animals, but he chooses to, right? Because he's anti-veganism. Because I talk about veganism constantly, and it is the world is at stake. Like the world is at stake. Like it's not just one person, it's every person on the planet. Evidence is lying, you don't need to know how.
Of civilization, causing humanity to backslide into barbarism.
So right, like you don't, just like he tells you not to do, just tells you to do a cursory glance.
So anything which contradicts the mythic truth is fundamentally evil and must be rejected on that basis and that basis alone.
That's moral absolutism, which is nothing like what I teach.
When evidence contradicts the myth.
That's so if something is that's against veganism.
Of civilization, causing humanity to backslide into barbarism. So anything which contradicts the mythic truth is fundamentally evil.
So yeah, if you're anti-vegan, you are fundamentally evil. Like there's a difference between being a non-vegan and being an anti-vegan, which he's an anti-vegan, ideologically an anti-vegan. So he's pro-accelerationist, just like Elon Musk. He has that in common with Elon Musk. He's for accelerationist, and his actions, not his words, not what he claims to be, but what he actually does. He's an accelerationist in his actions, not his words, because that's what matters, right? Consequentialism. Your actions is what matters. And sure, talking is an action, saying things is an action, but you know what I mean? Cause and effect, causal links.
And must be rejected on that basis and that basis alone. When evidence contradicts the mythic truth, the evidence is lying.
Much like he's doing with me. Like how you can't prove me wrong, so you just say I'm wrong and use 4chan memes to misrepresent and harass me. To targeted harass me. That's targeted harassment. Do you realize that that's targeted harassment and that's a form of hate speech? That's a hate crime. That's discrimination on disability. That qualifies as a hate crime. It's what every fascist does, is they discriminate on disability. That's the one thing all fascists have in common. It doesn't matter if you're gay, trans, bi, white, black, whatever. The most common form of discrimination is against disability. There are gay people that are for eugenics, even. So, like, anti-disability is, like, the most common form of, like, hate crimes and hate speech.
When evidence contradicts the mythic truth, the evidence is lying. You don't need to know how it's lying, what about it is incorrect, or if anything about it is incorrect. You simply know the evidence must be wrong because it can't be correct and contradict the mythic truth. When the mythic truth is shown to be contradictory or self-defeating, they will insist, without a shred of irony, that logic itself is therefore lying.
Basically what you're doing, like gaslighting, what recursive logic and ethics are without why. Why are you gaslighting recursion as backwards? Why are you misrepresenting me? Why are you targeting me? Why are you making memes about me? Why are you targeted harassing me? I mean, it's not logical.
That logic
Discrimination is not logical. There's nothing reasonable about discrimination.
or self-defeating, they will insist, without a shred of irony, that logic itself is therefore lying. They won't bother trying to...
You do realize not all logic is equal, right? Like, you do realize that not all logic is equal. Like, not all logic is equal. Some logic is flawed. Like, not all logic is equal.
To explain away the contradictions because it is an act of service to the mythic truth, the highest good, to simply accept it on...
You mean like how you expect everyone to take everything you say on good faith, but you tell people not to examine or analyze, or, you don't want me talking about it, so you'll probably, like, try taking some action on the video because, copyright wizard. So you can make calls for action and violence, but you try shutting people up that talk about how you're doing the things that you accuse other people of doing. Literally does everything that he claims other people are doing. It's like so fucking frustrating. The thing you literally refuse to do, I prove, you ignore without proving wrong and just use 4chan memes and gaslighting. And then when I mention it, you block me. Like a coward. Like a fascist hides. Like how a fascist hides.
Truth, the highest good, to simply accept it on faith, particularly when reason would dictate otherwise. If anything which contradicts the mythic truth is evil, then dismissing it is an act of good. So, by willfully ignoring evidence or arguments against the mythic truth, they show their devotion to it. Therefore, they can cognitive dissonance their
Dude is literally describing himself. Like, dude is cognitive dissonant as fuck. Like how I'm proving that you're doing the thing you accuse me of doing without good faith? You mean like the thing that I'm proving that you're doing right now, that I've proven, that I will keep proving,
they show their devotion
because
to
it's
it.
the truth.
Therefore, they can cognitive dissonance their way into accepting evidence against their position as further reason to accept that position.
You mean like what you're doing to me? He's literally describing himself.
Their truth is so strong that it doesn't matter if it seems incorrect. It's
He literally gives a guide on how to be a fascist without even realizing it. He's an anti-fascist fascist. He's an anti-fascist fascist. We know he's against disabilities. That's what that meme was about. And he couldn't handle me calling him out. Like he says, he literally tells people to call out fascism as you see it. And that's exactly what I did. And then he blocked me. It's so fucking pathetic. It's so petty. So fucking petty. So you live by beliefs and how things seem instead of using the scientific method. You don't believe in recursive ethics. You don't believe in empiricism. He doesn't believe in consequentialism. He doesn't believe in consequentialism. Like you do this, that happens. He doesn't believe in that. He doesn't believe in like the Big Bang Theory. Because if you don't believe in consequentialism, then you can't believe in the Big Bang Theory. Because without consequentialism, without the Big Bang, there is no consequentialism. Like without the Big Bang, there is no consequentialism. The thing doesn't happen after the thing. We don't get evolution. So without the Big Bang, there is no consequentialism. That's how important consequentialism is. The Big Bang creates consequentialism, essentially, philosophically and technically.
strong that it doesn't matter if it seems incorrect, it's still true. And let me say that again for emphasis. Evidence against a
That explains your irrational and emotion-based lifestyle over empiricism, right? Dude is wearing earrings and murders and rapes animals and cares about how he looks. That's emotion-based, not logic-based, right? That's emotion-based, not logic-based. That's not logical. It's not rational to be anti-vegan. It's not rational to support accelerationism in your actions, right? Position that's dumb as hell, anti-vegan. That's, yeah, man, get a grip. Stop acting like a kid when you have no reason to, like BPD and CPTSD. Like I have issue, like I have reasons for like my outbursts and my vocality and stuff like that, but he doesn't have an excuse. He doesn't have BPD. He doesn't have CPTSD. He knows I have BPD and CPTSD, which is why he's calling me irrational and emotional and stuff like that, right? Because, you know, everyone knows that a sane person is never emotional, right?
strong that it doesn't matter if it seems incorrect, it's still true. And let me say that again for emphasis. Evidence against a fascist position strengthens the fascist's belief in that position.
Exactly what he's done with himself. He blocked me as soon as I pointed out that he's discriminating on disability, on illness, and then he blocked me. It strengthened his position, right?
You might just be a stupid asshole, but it is a position a fascist would hold and argue strenuously for. It is also a position.
So anyone that argues strongly for a rational-based lifestyle like empiricism is dumb as hell.
That is dumb as hell. Rocks for brain shit. Like, get a grip. There's no.
Yeah, man, get a grip. Stop acting like a kid when you have no reason to. You have no disability. You don't have trauma. You're not an abuse survivor. You have no excuse to be spreading discriminatory memes about disability. You have no excuse. That's like 10-year-old shit. Like that's something kids do. You're a grown-ass man, I presume. And you discriminate on disability.
A position that is dumb as hell. Rocks for brain shit. Like, get a grip. There's
Like
no evidence for this position. How could there be? It can't be falsified.
It can be falsified. You can prove me wrong. You could literally, if I'm wrong, you could even use the framework to prove me wrong. You could use my own framework to prove me wrong. That's falsifiable. That's logical. That's rational. That makes fucking sense. Like, if I'm wrong, then you could just prove me wrong. That's falsifiable. But he goes out of his way to dename so that he doesn't have to prove. Because, like he says, you should only do a cursory glance. You shouldn't do a deep investigation. You should never do anything more than a cursory glance.
How do you prove your subjective experience of gender is right or wrong? Are the millions of gender nonconforming people all throughout history lying, all willing to subject themselves to persecution and violence for no reason other than to maintain this fiction? Why? Does that sound credible? Are we to dismiss their stated subjective experience and
so he's literally so you're discriminating and dismissing me on my subjective my disability, which is a fact, which I have a diagnosis for. So you're discriminating on that. Like, that's more hypocrisy. That's literally him describing what he's doing.
And if so, what evidence do we accept in its place? Because to my knowledge, none of these dipshits has ever offered any.
Right. He's never offered any evidence for his claims. That's why he didn't name.
Subject themselves to persecution and violence for no reason other than to maintain this fiction? Why? Does that sound credible? Are we to dismiss their sense of gender non-position a fascist would hold and argue strenuously for? It is also a position that is dumb as hell. Rocks for brain shit. Like, get a grip. There's no evidence for position that is dumb as hell. Rocks for brain shit. Like, get a grip.
There's no evidence for this shit, huh? There's no evidence. Like, there's no evidence that I'm a fascist, but you will invent ways after the fact. Post hoc rationalization.
No evidence for this position. How could there be? It can't be falsified. How do you prove your subjective experience of gender is right?
So, you mean like how you don't believe I'm disabled and a caretaker, even though I've proven it and have said the same things for multiple years on YouTube and elsewhere? You mean like that? You mean like how I've actually proven I'm disabled with doctor's notes? And you discriminate on that?
Right or wrong? Are the millions of gender nonconforming people all throughout history lying, all willing to subject themselves to persecution and violence for no reason other than to maintain this fiction? Why? Does that sound credible? Are we to dismiss their stated subjective experience? And if Are we to dismiss their stated subjective experience? And if so, what evidence do we accept in its place? Because to my knowledge, none of these dipshits has ever offered any. There is, by contrast, much evidence against this position. The whole premise of a gender binary rests on the faulty assumption of a strict binary of biological sexes, which is both obviously incorrect and also completely irrelevant. Gender is not sex. I think we've been pretty clear on that, my guys. Not only are you dead-ass wrong, would not matter to the discussion if you happen to be correct. Belief in a bioessentialist gender binary is absurd, it's contradictory, and dumb. It is obvious and self-evident that some people's idea of themselves do not align with the gender they were assigned at birth. How then do fascists arrive at this conclusion? Why do they feel so strongly about it? Why do they remain completely unmoved by evidence against it?
Yeah, why do you remain unmoved by evidence? Why do you hide?
Why care at all for that matter? And you might say, well, duh, obviously. It's because they hate trans people. And yeah.
Or he hates disabled people, you mean?
Yes, I'm not a child. I understand that, but why?
Oh, he does understand that he hates disabled
because
people.
If you were to...
Why do you hate disabled people? That's what I don't understand. It's like only a bigot discriminates on disability. Only a bigot discriminates on disability. So why? Why do you discriminate against disability?
Ask them. They would say that their hatred of trans people is rooted in this belief, which of course they only believe because they hate trans people. So in that position, you might just be a stupid asshole, but it is a position a fascist would hold and argue strenuously for. It is also a
Also, if someone's being discriminated against, they would fight for the truth. So it's like a false equivalence or false dichotomy or whatever, because it's like if someone's discriminating against you, like the way he's discriminating against me, making actionable calls to violence, to physical violence, to punching people, apparently because they're disabled.
Position that is dumb as hell. Rocks for brain shit. Like, get a grip. There's no evidence for this position. How could there be? It can't be falsified. How do you prove your subjective experience of gender is right or wrong? Are the millions of gender nonconforming people all throughout history lying, all willing to subject themselves to persecution and violence for no reason other than to maintain this fiction? Why? Does that sound credible? Are we to dismiss their stated subjective experience? And if so, what evidence do we accept in its place? Because to my knowledge, none of these dipshits has ever offered any. There is, by contrast, much evidence against.
Yeah, why would someone lie about being trans or gay? Why would someone lie about being disabled? It makes no sense. Like, no one is going around pretending to be disabled. I mean, there are people that go around pretending to be disabled, but I actually have proof that I'm disabled. So it's not a subjective thing, it's definite. It's an absolute. It's, what do you call it? It's objective. It's an objective fact that, like, I'm physically disabled. So there's much evidence against this position.
Has ever offered any. There is, by contrast, much evidence against this position.
You mean like neurological disorders that are diagnosed like executive dysfunction, which you privilege bragged and rubbed in my face because you hate being held accountable for doing the things you accuse me and others of. You mean how my brain was assigned neurodivergent versus your biological privileges? Consistency, please.
Position. The whole premise of a gender binary rests on the faulty assumption of a strict binary of biological sexes, which is both obviously incorrect and also completely irrelevant. Gender is not sex. I think we've been pretty clear on that, my guys. Not only are you dead-ass wrong, would not matter to the discussion if you happen to be correct. Belief in a bioessentialist gender binary is absurd, it's contradictory, and dumb. It is obvious and self-evident that some people's idea of themselves do not align with the gender they were assigned at birth. How then do fascists arrive at this conclusion? Why do they feel so strongly about it? Why do they remain completely unmoved by
none of this would have, it wouldn't be possible for me to prove this without obsidian.
About it? Why do they remain completely unmoved by evidence against it? Why care at all for that matter? And you might say, well, duh, obviously. It's because they hate trans people. And yes, I'm not a child. I understand that. But why though? Because
yeah, why do you discriminate on disability? Like, why? Why do you discriminate on neurodivergence? Someone that's like autistic and like has a thing for symbols and philosophy and learning and turns it into a game, why do you discriminate against that? Like, why do you hate that? Why are you against that? Like, do you even know why? Yeah, why does ableism matter less than gender and you consider it isn't important or just as harmful? Why do you think that trans are superior beings over the disabled? That's like literally like gay fascism. Like, I never thought I would say that, but it's like gay fascism.
that, but why though? Because if you were to ask them, they would say that their hatred of trans people is rooted in this belief, which of course they only believe because they hate trans people. So isn't that kind of circular?
His whole argument is like circular. He gets entire fields wrong. He like commits category collapse over and over again. Like fallacies and bias. Yes, you are circular, trying to fit your logic in a triangle. That's not how logic works. Stop doing that, please. Oh wait, I got the rest of the video.
Because they hate trans people. So isn't that kind of circular? I mean, which came first, the adult human chicken or the large gamete cell? The real reason they believe this, of course, is that fascists, among other assholes, believe men and women exist in strict natural hierarchy.
You mean like how you literally criticize people for being autistic? You know, people that are autists always like used, like not always, but they use terms like normies to differentiate people that are not neurodivergent. And so let me replay that.
At all for that matter. And you might say, well, duh, obviously. It's because they hate trans people. And yes,
so like he tribalizes and his definition of normal is someone that's not neurodivergent. So if you're not neurodivergent, you're not a normal person. That's his ideology.
Because they hate trans people. So isn't that kind of circular? I mean, which came first, the adult human chicken or the large gamete cell? The real reason they believe this, of course, is that fascists, among other assholes, believe men and women exist in strict
natural hierarchy. Yeah, exactly like him. He criticizes people for using words like normies and stuff like that. Like, I've already covered it. Like, it's already in the stream. Right? He's for a natural hierarchy. He's against disableism, right? He can just sit down without going down any rabbit holes, and yeah, that's to him like a disabled person that can't just sit down and do that, like they're not normal. Like to him, like they're not normal. Like how fucked up is that? Like that's fucked up as that's like so that's discrimination. Like by definition, that's discriminate.
natural hierarchy. Everyone does, but especially men and women. Anything which might complicate that dynamic is therefore automatically untrue. Men and women must be immutably and fundamentally separate categories if we are to believe one is superior to the other. If the differences between men and women are murkier than they imagine, socially constructed, or worse, subjective, then that contradicts their perfect, eternal, mythic truth. And anything which
You mean how complex my biology is that I've been diagnosed by a doctor and not a talking head? How you can't even research disabilities to advocate for them, so you advocate against them. Dude literally advocates against disability. Like, what kind of a person advocates against disability if not a bigot, if not a fascist?
Perfect, eternal, mythic truth. And anything which contradicts their perfect, eternal, mythic truth can simply be dismissed on that basis. It is not necessary to explain why or investigate further. To do so would be a sign of disloyalty. Now, sure, they might offer some specious evidence for their case to you. They might make some kind of leap of logic to justify this belief to you, because they know that you value those things. But none of that is why they believe what they believe. If their reasoning can be shown to be wrong, and it always can, it doesn't matter. It was never required for them to believe it in the first place. They will just invent another reasoning.
Like him.
Forever.
Right. So if you're disapproving of someone like him, then you're crazy because you have all these reasons. So if you have compounding information and you conclusive information and you just go over one after the other, like an analysis, like a breakdown of facts and information, if you do that, then it just, yeah, it contradicts your behaviors of demeaning disabilities as you attack someone's biology rather than their work.
They'll say you can tell because of genitals, and you point out that doesn't make any sense. There's all kinds of genitals. And they say, okay, well, it's the skeletons. You can tell from the skeletons that there's only boys and girls. And you point out how that doesn't make any sense. And they say, okay, it's chromosomes. And you point out how that doesn't make any sense, and so on forever.
Kind of like how I'm doing right now with him.
Kind of like how Toni Morrison described how they just make up the same kind of excuses to justify white supremacy.
Kind of like how they justify anti-disability.
Saying black people's skulls are the wrong shape, or that black people don't make music. It is trivially and obviously wrong. It is nonsense presented in.
Or that autism is some form of psychosis.
Entirely to waste your time. It's not the same thing, of course. These groups have different experiences, particularly those who fall into both groups, but it follows the same pattern. When you do manage to do a complete circuit and exhaust all of the bullshit they have prepared, they will always say some variation of the following. Well, it's just the truth. Deal with it. Because of course they know what's true already. They need not explain why. They need not justify it. It simply is so. You cannot reason them away from this position.
Just like he can't be reasoned with, right? He's not a reasonable person.
Because their positions are above reason, above evidence, above earthly logic. Furthermore,
above earthly logic. You mean like doing memetics? Like, that's not very logical.
By an amazing coincidence, whatever they decide is true will always, always be whatever's most useful for their political project.
Exactly. What's most useful for his political project? What is that again? I did it. I sat down and wrote a short script without going down any rabbit holes. I am the chosen one. You were saying? You were saying?
Always be whatever's most useful for their political project.
Right. So, discrimination and bigotry is useful for your project, right? Using other people is useful for your project. So you're exploiting the disabled. That's exploitation. That's literally exploitation.
Because think about it.
Oh, I somehow got past it.
Or that black perfect, eternal, mythic truth. And anything which contradicts their perfect eternal, mythic truth can simply be dismissed on that basis.
You mean like how you dismiss me instead of being able to prove me wrong, weaponizing ableism instead of intelligence and honesty?
Perfect, eternal, mythic truth can simply be dismissed on that basis. It is not necessary to explain why or investigate further. To do so would be a sign of disloyalty. Now, sure, they might offer some specious evidence for their case to you. They might make some kind of leap of logic to justify this belief to you because they know that you value those things. But none of that is why they believe what they believe. If their reasoning can be shown to be wrong, value those things. But none of that is why they believe what they believe.
So, explain how you're doing the opposite and arguing against your own positions. Dude literally argues against his own positions.
If their reasoning can be shown to be wrong, and it always can, it doesn't matter. It was never required for them to believe it in the first place. They will just invent another reasoning forever. They'll say you can tell because of genitals, and you point out that doesn't make any sense. There's all kinds of genitals. And they say, okay, well, it's the skeletons. You can tell from the skeletons that there's only boys and girls. And you point out how that doesn't make any sense. And they say, okay, it's chromosomes. And you point out how that doesn't make any sense, and so on forever. Kind of like how Toni Morrison described how they just make up the same kind of excuses to justify white supremacy, saying black people's skulls are the
Or how you justify discrimination on ableism, how you're ableist.
wrong shape, or that black people don't make music. It is trivially and obviously wrong. It is nonsense presented entirely to waste your time. It's not the same thing, of course. These groups have different experiences, particularly those who fall into both groups, but it follows the same pattern. When you do manage to do a complete circuit and exhaust all of the bullshit they have prepared, they will always say some variation of the following.
You mean like him? Or wait, no, that's right. He just blocks and runs and hides like a little girl. Like a child, like a bully, like every bully, they scurry, they block, they hide, right? They're incapable of having an actual, like, doing actual research like I've done. They're incapable of studying disabilities and then not discriminating on disabilities.
Well, it's just the truth. Deal with it.
So if it is the truth and you can't deal with it, then it's a lie. If someone says it's the truth, deal with it, and it is the truth, and it's an objective truth, like if someone says gender and sex are not the same thing, it's the truth, deal with it, does that mean they're lying? No. No, it doesn't. Sometimes people have an impossible time accepting truths, and the only thing you can do for your own sanity is like, it's the truth, just deal with it. How can you determine if it's true if you admittedly don't like doing due diligence and your mind is made up and set in stone to begin with? His mind is made up and set in stone to begin with, and no amount of evidence or research or logic will ever appeal to him. He can't be reasoned with. Like fascist slimes cannot be reasoned with.
Because, of course, they know what's true already. They need not explain why, they need not justify it. It simply is so. You cannot reason them away from this position because their positions are above reason.
Exactly, his position is above reason, right? So yeah, his position is above reason. Why? What's your reason for discriminating against me specifically on my executive dysfunction and neurodivergence? What is your reason? I'm curious. Why would you discriminate like that? Why would you single someone out and discriminate them like that? Like, it's above reason, right? He probably doesn't even know why. He's just a bigot, right? It's probably just as simple as, like, he's just a bigot, right? But that doesn't mean that he's exempt from harm. It's so fucking stupid.
Reason them away from this position because their positions are above reason, above evidence, above earthly logic. Furthermore, by an amazing coincidence, whatever they decide is true by an amazing coincidence, whatever they decide is true will always, always be whatever's most useful for their political project.
Whatever's most useful for their political project. I did it. I sat down and wrote a short script without going down any rabbit holes. I am the chosen one. Describing yourself.
Because think about it, right? In their mind, they're
That describes himself again. That literally describes himself. He acts like he's defending like the fate of humanity and fascism and this and that, right? He acts like it's the fate of the humanity it's the future he's battling for. In his mind, he's battling for the future of civilization, right? So I guess that means he's wrong because he does that. Well, yes, vegans literally are, and you're not. Provably so, by how you label veganism, ethics I practice, despite having no income from being disabled, and as opinions and belief. You gaslight off the bat stating that it's their belief, but veganism is proven empirically by world-leading experts. So who's more reasonable, world-leading experts or this guy that discriminates on disability?
Because think about it, right? In their mind, they're battling for the future of civilization, and that's a pretty strong incentive to rationalize away.
Do you mean like how you rationalize discrimination?
Against what you saw as the only way to save civilization? And that's a pretty strong incentive to rationalize away.
So if someone's attacking you, you shouldn't defend yourself. You shouldn't defend yourself. If if people are destroying the planet, you shouldn't. So extinction should be fought, though. It shouldn't be fought. Like, he's literally saying that climate change should not be fought for. That's an accelerationist ideology. He's literally like Elon Musk without even realizing it. He's so unself-aware. So like, extinction shouldn't be fought. Like, vegans should never speak up. Vegans should never push back. People should never push back against discrimination.
And that's a pretty strong incentive to rationalize away whatever it takes to accomplish your goals. Would you?
Do you mean like how you rationalize? Oh wait, he doesn't even rationalize. He just runs and hides. He just runs and hides.
You want to believe that the evidence were stacked?
The evidence is stacked against his goals, but he doesn't want to believe it, right? He lives in cognitive dissonance. Like, this whole video is a study on cognitive dissonance, essentially, and Dunning-Kruger syndrome. Yes, it's stacked against you. It's already proven. You just refuse to look at the studies because it mean holding yourself accountable and not just moral outsourcing, right? He's irresponsible. He is incapable of taking responsibility and accountability for the things he said and done, for the death threats that he's responsible for. Like, my God, dude. I couldn't imagine myself being responsible for death threats on other people. That's pretty fucked up. Like, that would actually tear my conscience up. But apparently he doesn't care, right? If he deems someone a fascist, he will rationalize everything, or he will run and just hide and scurry and deny it, right? What's that saying? Deny, depose, dispose, or whatever? It's basically him.
And that's a pretty strong incentive to rationalize away whatever it takes to accomplish your goals. Would you want to believe that the evidence were stacked against what you saw as the only way to save civilization? And while, of course, they believe that their truth is perfect, unchanging, and eternal, they are all too happy to edit it on the.
So, you shouldn't ever update. If you're wrong, you should never update your beliefs. You should never update your internal OS, your BIOS, your biological bias. If you find you're wrong somewhere, you should never update it. You should just stand by the fact that you're wrong and never change it. That's not very logical, rational, or reasonable. Like, when someone proves me wrong, which is really rare, because most people are just like chicken shit. But when people do prove me wrong, like, I update myself, and it's something I work on. But you gotta actually falsifiably prove me wrong, which he can't do, which is why he's going around denaming me like a Nazi. So retractions and corrections aren't allowed. People aren't allowed to come to new understandings after reevaluations. That's literally the scientific method. Inconsistencies you can't even name because you don't believe in climate change studies or empiricism or consequentialism. People with disabilities aren't allowed to make mistakes, but you can live off of them.
And while, of course, they believe that their truth is perfect, unchanging, and eternal, they are all too happy to edit it on the fly when it suits their purposes, to will reality to bend to their whims by changing what is and has always been unerringly true. They don't give a shit if this appears inconsistent to you.
So how you're intentionally setting off my illnesses by gaslighting and not being honest, which you know you're doing, and then use that as an excuse to say it's perceived harm. I think they call that victim blaming. Like, like, theoretically, I could prove that he's caused me physical pain. Like, he's caused me physical pain that's no different than punching me. Just as he says you should punch other people if you disagree with them. So yeah, like, setting off fibromyalgia, if you know someone has fibromyalgia and borderline personality disorder and CPTSD and you set off their triggers, that causes physical harm. That's what you call non-physical violence. In law, in court, it's called non-physical violence. So if you're intentionally setting off someone and then it's causing them physical pain, that is no different than physically attacking them. It's non-physical violence. It's violence.
They will never acknowledge the consistency, and for all intents and purposes, might not even be able to perceive it. Enemies, outsiders, villains become trusted allies whose moral character has always been above reproach. Positions shift and waver depending on what is expedient in the moment.
Leave it the way it is. There have been very few complaints the way it is. People go, they use the bathroom that they feel is appropriate.
And just look how mad you are. Look.
What about you? You're literally telling you, dude, you got so mad that you blocked me instantly. That's an emotional response. So there's never an acceptable reason to be angry. Like, there's never an acceptable reason to just be frustrated, to be angry, right? So having human emotions, having human reactions are a bad thing. right? You shouldn't feel. You should be like a robot. You shouldn't feel anything. You should never respond emotionally to anything. There's no such thing as an emotional rational response, which there is. Like, if you're being oppressed, you have every right to be angry. You have every right to be fucking pissed off, right? If you're discriminated for being disabled or discriminated on disability, you have every right to be fucking pissed off. You have every right to be furious. If someone's causing you like this is like, if someone's causing you physical pain, you have every right to be emotional. It's human. Emotions are what make us human. But look how upset he got. Look how upset he is. This entire thing, he's like upset. He's like emotional. Like, I have an excuse. I have CPTSD and shit, but he has no excuse. So it's like, he's talking about punching people and revolution and shit like that. Emotional responses. Literally doing the thing he accuses other people of doing and being. Like, complete lack of I am Jack's complete lack of self-awareness.
Is appropriate.
And just look how mad you are. Look how upset you got that I chose to believe a bad, wrong thing on purpose. To waste your time because they're losers.
Is appropriate.
And just look how mad you are. Look how upset you got that I chose to believe a bad, wrong thing on purpose. To waste.
So again, this is exactly what he's doing. He's wasting my time. So if someone's disabled and they have nothing but time, like, they're a loser. So disabled people are losers by that rationale. He's literally saying that if you're disabled and you have infinite time on your hands, that you're a loser. So if you can't work a job, you're a loser to him. That means if you're disabled, you're a loser with infinite time on their hands. More ableism. Not everyone has the same biological lifespan. Some of us have life-threatening conditions with no health care because slimes exploit them and spread provable bullshit so they are dying. I think that's called eugenics. Dude's literally for eugenics. He's already established he's for cancel culture. It is like a cancer culture, really. And he does this to waste my time. Exactly what he says fascist does. He's doing this to waste my time.
Waste your time because they're losers with infinite time on their hands, and two, that the fascist construction of truth is fundamentally irrational and therefore immune to rational criticism.
Yeah, exactly. He's immune to irrational criticism. So, like, when I said, oh, memetic warfare, that's literally all I said. He blocked me. Literally describing yourself. Like, I could just keep going back to that so many times. Like, that one instance, like, proves him wrong so much.
Criticism, do you see why it is a bad idea to argue with them on their terms?
Exactly. See, he sets all the terms, the definitions, the rules. He literally tells you how to think, what to think, when to think, where to think, why to think. He literally tells you how to think. He tells you to only do a surface glance of things. He tells you to never look into things, to never feel emotion about things. Like, does this sound like rational logic behavior?
Immune to rational criticism, do you see?
Irrational criticism. Exactly. He's immune to rational criticism. Like, why would you use memetic warfare and single me out and targeted harass me? Like, why would you do that? It's pretty irrational. It's pretty irrational to attack someone and then make them defend themselves and then blame them for defending themselves. It's pretty irrational. That's something narcissists do.
Why it is a bad idea to argue with them on their terms? Do you get it now? Do you see how they've already decided what they believe, and their only goal is to distract and frustrate you forever? How if their whole goal is to waste your time with bad faith nonsense to deliberately frustrate and
To deliberately frustrate and get you emotional. which is exactly what he does. He knows I have CPTSD. He knows I have BPD, which cause extreme emotional shifts, and he exploits that. So he winds me up and then blames me for being wound up. That's what every narcissist does. That's like punching someone and then blaming them for being emotional about it, right? Oh, stop being emotional. Because, emotions aren't important at all. They're not a defining trait of humanity.
You forever? How if their whole goal is to waste your time with bad faith nonsense to deliberately frustrate and confuse you, how you don't need to let them do that. For the rest, whether or not we like to admit it, we tend to outsource our critical thinking.
That's exactly what he does. He tells people how to think. He literally tells people how to think. And he tells people to not research. He tells people to not look into things. Him, not me. So this is like Goebbels' The Big Lie. So it's because everyone says it, it's true. So this mirrors the big lie, like how if you repeat a lie enough times, people will believe it. And it's what historic fascists have done, and it's what he's been doing. It's what all these people have been doing against me, right? Oh, well, because X amount of people said it, it's true. Like, they don't need proof. They're above proof, right? They're above logic, they're above reasoning, they're above rationale.
Whether or not we like to admit it, we tend to outsource our critical thinking to the crowd. We base our view of truth on whatever people are saying at the moment. And if enough people say something, it seems credible to us.
Yeah, exactly what you're doing. With mimetic warfare, that's exactly what you're doing.
Because we're social animals. Why would so many people say something if there weren't some truth to it, if there weren't some good reason to?
That's a fallacy. That is completely. So if everyone says God is real, that must mean that there's a rational reason for everyone saying that God's real, even if there's not.
Believe it. This is a cognitive bias that fascists love to exploit because
yeah, he loves exploiting that.
The main resource they have is a bunch of people willing to talk endlessly. Just in good faith, anyone watching who isn't inclined to look into the matter further comes away thinking, I guess that's a thing people are talking about now.
Exactly. That's how I get death threats. That's how I get death threats like this. How I get stalkers. Because of people like him perpetuating this lie about me.
The more arguments they hear about it, the more normal it all becomes, and the more they subconsciously start to think, well, there's got to be something to what they're saying, right? By virtue of the fact that it is being discussed, it must therefore be worth discussing.
That's a logical fallacy. Like, religion just disproves that completely. Like, there's nothing logical or rational about religion, and the majority of people are religious. Like, atheism is a minority. Like, there aren't that many atheists in the world, like, compared to how many people are religious. So because everyone says God loves you and God's true and God's real and this and that, it must be true because X amount of people said it. So if everyone jumped off a bridge, you would too. You mean how I tell radical truths that can be verified? Anti-charisma because I don't want a cult following like you. I want people who will engage and prove me wrong. If I am wrong and don't see it, that way I can grow epistemically. See, I want to be proven wrong because then I could update my understanding. That's what a logical, rational person does, right? Only an irrational person never wants to be proven wrong. Like, if I'm falsifiable, then just prove me wrong. Like, it's that simple. It really is that simple.
You see, the danger here isn't that a fascist might be more persuasive.
But, he can't prove me wrong. That's why he blocked me, right? He knows I'm right. He knows it's discrimination. That's why he hides. That's why he hides. Yeah, this is so stupid.
Here isn't that a fascist might be more persuasive than their opponent. I guess that's also a danger, but that's rarely the case because they're stinky losers with Dumbo ideas. They're easy to make look foolish because they're fools.
Oh, so disabled people are fools, right? He's literally saying disabled people, autism. People with autism are fools to him. He's literally anti-autism. He's anti-philosophy. He's anti-ethics. Like all the things that a fascist is. He is. By his actions and his words. Him, not me.
The big danger is that most people will forget the contents.
Which is why I have to go over this. But then as he explains, trying to prove something like this over and over again makes you seem kind of crazy. Which is intentional, right? That's completely intentional on his behalf. An honest person never builds anything on plausible deniability. And that's all he's done is try to build plausible deniability. So he can do fascist things and then get away with it scot-free. Like every fascist. Just like Elon Musk. This leads me to believe what you are in right now. You can't even name anymore why you labeled me a fascist, which is why you blocked a polite post addressing your ableism. I literally told him that's ableism, and he blocked me. Like, he probably doesn't even know why he started attacking me in my framework to begin with. But, I mean, look what it's led to. Death threats. That's what his actions have led to. Death threats.
Fools. The big danger is that most people will forget the contents of the argument entirely, of any argument.
Unless you're the victim and you're being told that and you're telling everyone that they're a fascist and that fascists believe in recursion, so that when someone hears recursion, they automatically think fascist and mythic truth, right? He's literally programming people into like a cult. Like he has all the right components to start a cult. What's the one thing that cults don't want you to do? They don't want you to do research. They want you to believe everything they say, but they never want you to actually look into their claims. And at least I'll have this recorded as a record. So, like, if this does go to court, I'll have proof he won't. Like, that's one of the positives of me wasting my time like this, is that I can actually prove non-physical violence. I can prove physical harm, bodily harm that he's caused me. I can prove death threats. I can prove incitement of physical violence, calls to action, which are illegal from what I've checked. Making a call to action to physically harm people is illegal. And it should be against YouTube's terms of service.
And simply remember that an argument took place, that two people argued this, and both seemed to believe what they were saying, and how should I know which of them is correct? Do you think they will remember any information or statistics cited?
Memory isn't intelligence or truth. This is why I record with Obsidian now and don't do live debates. They are racist against the disabled, like those with subconscious primacy mode, which doesn't invalidate, it's just a difference that requires tools to overcome barriers like Obsidian. Memory is not intelligence. Recollection is not intelligence. There are people with like a day memory spans and they're intelligent. So that's a fallacy. That's like a biological fallacy. Like, memory is not a form of intelligence.
You think they will remember any information or statistics cited in your argument? Aren't you just as likely to remember lies and disinformation as the truth? Lies and disinformation, which are much more plentiful because there's really only one truth and you can make up as many lies as you want?
You mean like him? You mean like him? Like his whole video of telling lies about me? About my framework?
Remember, to them, it is absurd to base one's view of truth on reality.
Exactly. It's absurd to him to base my lifestyle off of facts like consequentialism and veganism. Veganism is a fact. So veganism is absurd to him. He's anti-vegan. So that must mean anti-vegan is absurd to him. Like, I mean, veganism is proven by world-leading scientists that are much smarter than both of us combined. So, I mean, veganism is an empirical fact. I try to base my views on reality, what's within measurable, and then the rest is just philosophy, right? Philosophy is just like an expansion of your imagination, essentially. Like, you can hold room for like philosophy and understand that it's not real, right? It's not spiritual, it's not religious. You can understand it's not real, but then just use your imagination. Like, people can do this still, you know. Like, just because you have a limited imagination doesn't mean everyone else does. So it's weird to base your views on reality like consequentialism, i.e. non-vegan equals non-socialist pro-accelerationism. It's pretty weird to be an accelerationist. It's pretty weird to be an anti-socialist.
You want? Remember, to them, it is absurd to base one's view of truth on reality. That's what weak people without convictions do. If you need evidence for your position,
that's what weak people without convictions do. You mean like this? You mean like this discrimination? This ableism? This targeted harassment?
you're too soft. You're not a useful ally because the minute reality
You're too soft. See, exactly. That's exactly why he blocked me, right? He would just call me a snowflake, even though he's literally describing the things that he does and saying that's other people.
contradicts your position, which it might do at any moment because it's always changing, you'll abandon it.
Well, yeah. Things change. The scientific method. Oh my God, he's anti-science. He's anti-science. Like, he's anti-science. He doesn't believe in the scientific method. He doesn't believe in being proven wrong and then updating your system, your knowledge. So if someone tells you you're wrong and then they prove it, is it rational or logical to just stick to that belief that you now know is false, that's been proven that's false? What's more logical, updating you, or staying the same old you forever and never changing? Which is more logical? Which is more rational? It's more rational to change as the facts change, right? Like, if the facts change, which science is falsifiable, so some facts that are stated are then later proven wrong. We don't stick to the wrong still. We update our understanding using the scientific method. But clearly, he doesn't need evidence to believe anything.
Why, therefore, would they ever engage in good faith argumentation? What could they gain from that? It is us, it is their enemy who takes advantage of evidence and logic. It is incumbent on a fascist to delegitimize both. Access to information only
Exactly. It only hurts his position. Access to information hurts his position. He built everything on plausible deniability. Like a fascist.
cited in your argument? Aren't you just as likely to remember lies and disinformation as the truth? Lies and disinformation which are much more plentiful because there's really only one truth and you can make up as many lies as you want? Remember, to them, it is absurd to base one's view of truth on reality. That's what weak people without convictions do. If you need evidence for your If you need evidence for your position, you're too soft. You're not a useful ally because the minute reality contradicts your position, which
Exactly. This is what doing the work of fascists for them, which he's doing. He's literally doing the work of Nazis for Nazis. And he's proud of it. And he's making money, so it's exploitation. He's exploiting me. That's exploitation.
if you need evidence for your position, you're too soft. You're not a useful ally because
Like how I'm labeled an enemy even though no one will say why, right? You won't say why you targeted me, why you have stalked me online and directly quoted me just without naming, how you've verbatim repeated things I've said and then inverted it like a Nazi does, like the historic German Socialist Party did. And they, again, leftists are against the disabled. If you're disabled and you're not able to protest, they don't view you as worthy. This goes back into what he was saying before, tweeting and posting and stuff like that, as if it's important. But it's like, if you're disabled and that's all you can do, then yes, that is important. Having a voice is important. He doesn't value people having a voice and voicing stuff on Blue Sky. But then he posts things like this on Blue Sky, targeting me from my game, which I already showed, my ARG, which is an alternate reality game. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, no one can ever point out anything I've actually said or done, because then it would require proving it, right? Which they can't do, which I can do, but they can't do. So then what their only recourse for when you prove a slime wrong, they will just block and run and just cognitive dissonance their way out of it, right? They will completely lie to themselves and then believe the lie. And then they will never re-examine anything. Like, they're incapable of re-examining something that they said or did and then coming to the conclusion that maybe they were wrong. They're incapable of doing that. I'm not incapable of doing that, but just no one's actually proven me wrong on anything. No one's actually directly quoted something I've said on YouTube or something, right? Because if you quote me, then you have to prove it. And that would require actual work, which fascists are against. Fascists are against actual researching.
the minute reality contradicts your position, which it might do at any moment because it's always changing, you'll abandon it. Why, therefore, would they ever engage in good faith argumentation? What could they gain from that? It is us, it is their
Exactly. That's why he blocked me. He can't engage in good faith.
enemy who takes advantage of
How you misrepresent? You mean how you misrepresent entire fields of ethics and logic? Like saying recursive means backwards in real time?
It is their enemy who takes advantage of evidence and logic. It is incumbent on a fascist to delegitimize both. Access to information only
Exactly. Access to my information only hurts him. That's why they're so against me, right? I can prove them wrong in like court and shit.
It is their enemy who takes advantage of evidence and logic. It is incumbent on a fascist to delegitimize both. Access to incumbent on a fascist to delegitimize both.
But you don't believe in due diligence. I'm the one with the vast supply of knowledge that you can't prove wrong because it's based on empiricism. If it's wrong, then it's a choice to not do so, which is lazy, right? He can't prove me wrong. That's why he avoids me. He's like, what's his name? What's that one guy's name? I forgot his name. Was it Slime Beast? I forget. I get all the slimes mixed up. It might have been Slime Beast.
Access to information only ever hurts their position. It is their prerogative to make sure people remain ignorant. Only an ignorant person would believe them. So they don't argue to convince people.
Right, right. No one goes through what I'm going through unless it's true, right? No one would spend all this time unless it was true. No one would be saying the same things consistently for so long and then proving it if it wasn't true. When it's the truth, you don't just it's like Big Brother. Like they're telling them 2 plus 2 equals 5 and he's like, "But it's not, right?" And it's like everyone says 2 plus 2 equals 5. If you knew that 2 plus 2 equals 4 and everyone, and I mean everyone told you that 2 plus 2 equals 5, would you fight for that truth? Or would you accept the brainwashing and then just be told, okay, 2 plus 2 is 5 because everyone says now? What would you do? Would you sit there and prove to everyone that 2 plus 2 equals 4? Or would you just accept that 2 plus 2 is 5 because everyone says? Which one's more rational? I would like to think that the truth is worth fighting for, and it's worth time, it's worth effort, and it's worth energy. All the things that he's against. Like you, if someone's not convinced doesn't mean they are right by default. Just because you're not convinced by something doesn't mean that you're right by default. That's a fallacy. It's a logical fallacy. I don't understand you, so you're wrong. Or I'm not convinced, so you're wrong. And you're wrong because I believe you're wrong, right? It's the mythic truth. He believes in the mythic truth, right? I believe you're wrong, therefore you're wrong. I don't have to prove it. I'm above reproach. I'm above proving anything, but I'm right about everything. And this is how you should research, and this is how you should do things.
To make sure people remain ignorant. Only an ignorant person would believe them. So they don't argue to convince people, to inform, or even misinform. If they do, that's a bonus. They argue to obstruct.
Exactly what he's doing with my project, right? He's trying to obstruct my project, and he's spreading disinformation about me, which hurts me financially and otherwise. You only spread intentional disinformation like that about someone if you're discriminate against them, if you hate them, and he can't even argue why. He can't even argue why. He doesn't even know why, other than he's a bigot that's in denial that he's a bigot. Bigots are always in self-denial. Because no one wants to think they're a bigot. And if you prove someone's a bigot, 9 times out of 10, they'll just die on the hill that they're not a bigot, right? They will go down swinging the entire time, screaming, "I'm not a bigot." Even if they are a bigot and it's proven that they're a bigot, they will die on that hill. They will block anyone that counters what and who they are.
Inform or even misinform. If they do, that's a bonus. They argue to obstruct. It's crucial that you understand this, right? They argue not just to win the argument, but to
Delegitimize, exactly what he's doing by bastardizing my framework. He's delegitimizing me. The cat's in pain. She's dying. My mom's cat. How to delegitimize someone. Whoops. You tell them to never research or do diligence, that they're wrong and this and that, and it's an easy way to delegitimize. You convince people to not look for the truth, and then they're delegitimized by consequence. Like how you're doing to me by consequence, without reason, right? Without reason. Like, no rhyme or reason why you would do something like this.
argue not just to win the argument, but to delegitimize the process by which one might investigate truth, to make it impossible to tell which positions are and are not supported by evidence. They want to confuse, not educate. They cannot lose an argument because their strategy was never to win the argument.
It's not about winning, it's about what's true. It's about what is and what isn't. The fact what is you're a bigot. You're ableist. You are ableist, and you're privilege blind. You're completely blind to every biological and financial and every other privilege. You take it all for granted. You don't know the value of anything. You would benefit immensurably for going homeless for about a week. It would do you good to go homeless for a week and then see what it's like to not have privileges. It's not about winning. It's about finding ways to empirically scaffold, which means if I am wrong, you should prove so that I'm not continuing to spread disinformation. The problem being everyone is biased versus me and my scaffold, as proven, so they attack my disabilities and traits and not the work I've put years into without playing video games, without just sitting there playing video games the entire time. I've put in the work.
They want to confuse, not educate. They cannot lose an argument.
The truth is either worth fighting for and dying on the hill of, or it's not, right? A lot of people don't want the truth, right? They want what's easy, like him. He does what's easy. He does what's lazy. He's epistemically unethical. He's just morally bankrupt. Completely morally bankrupt. He is exactly everything he criticizes everyone else for.
They want to confuse, not educate. They cannot lose an argument because their strategy was never to win the argument. The strategy...
See, exactly. It's never to win the argument. It's just to cause as much damage as possible and then avoid all accountability, right? Avoiding all accountability, no matter what it means, even if it means blocking someone when they prove you wrong and they call out your ableism. If it means blocking and running and hiding for the end of your life, for the days of the end of your life, if that's what it means, you will never put in the work. And that's why it's really frustrating. You're the one being unreasonable by intent. You're the bully in this situation. It does matter. Others can be influenced, so proving them wrong can help others. Otherwise, you're just doing the thing you're accusing others of doing. Literally, you're doing the thing you're accusing others of doing.
She was merely to have an argument. That's why it's really fucking frustrating.
Yes, it is very frustrating. Slimes are very frustrating. They cannot be reasoned with. All you can do is prove them wrong. That's all you can do. They will never look at the proof. It doesn't matter if everyone's showing the proof in their face and they're forced to read the proof. They will just deny it till the end of their days. That's why it's frustrating. Thank God for weed, though. Thank God for weed. Oh my God.
Because their strategy was never to win the argument. The strategy was merely to have an argument. That's why it's really fucking frustrating to see people gloat about defeating them rhetorically as though that matters. Like it's some great victory to be more persuasive than the guy who thinks being gay.
Really? Says the guy that has 300,000 subscribers, over 300,000 subscribers, and is attacking someone that isn't even monetized. That's not like punching down, dude. That's like punching the disabled. That's literally like punching the disabled. Like,
Is a form of witchcraft. What a genius you must be to defeat that intellectual type. Being gay is frustrating to see people gloat about defeating them rhetorically as though that matters. Like it's some great victory to be more persuasive.
which is what he is. He's more persuasive, right? That's why he has all those, his little cult, his little slime cult, his anti-fascist, fascist cult that incites violence against Elon Musk and other people, including myself. You're literally using your popularity and charisma to make your case. You're literally just relying on your popularity and charisma. You have no intellectual ground, like honest intellectual point to stand on and defend yourself from. Like, if you had a leg to stand on, you would have eaten it.
Persuasive than the guy who thinks being gay is a form of witchcraft. What a genius you must be to defeat that intellectual titan. They don't care. They're not trying to win an argument. In fact,
Yeah, see, they're not trying to win an argument. They're just trying to discriminate and then run and hide and scurry, right? They're like narcissists. Narcissists do what I don't know if psychologists use this term, but narcissists do this thing where they chime in. So like they'll say something about you when they know you're in earshot, but not directly to your face, so that it affects you, and then they go about their way, right? So it's literally like a hit and run. It's literally like like a emotional mental hit and run, right? You're doing damage and then you're preventing any recourse. You're preventing anyone from defending themselves, right? So you believe you're right no matter what. You don't need to prove anyone wrong because it doesn't matter if they prove you wrong. You're going to decide you're right no matter what.
I'm not sure it would be as useful for them if they did, because they want the argument to happen forever. If they won and convinced us, everybody would stop talking about it. They want to keep the question open to maintain the pretense.
Well, yeah, if you're spreading lies and falsities, of course you want to defend it. What? So if everyone is convinced you're X, you should just accept that you're X because everyone believes it, and you should never defend it. You should if you're on death row, you should, and falsely, like has been documented many times, many people have been executed falsely. It comes out later that they were innocent. If you're not guilty of murder but you're being charged with murder, does that mean you should never give in? Does that mean you should just accept it because everyone says no? And I don't want, I want to keep learning and growing. I'm empirically proven, if I'm empirically proven wrong, directly cited, I will admit I'm wrong and make retractions. He will not do that. He's incapable of doing that.
That this is a matter of legitimate disagreement, that there are persuasive arguments to support either position, that their arbitrary, frivolous conclusions should be treated to defeat that intellectual titan. They don't care. They're not trying to win an argument. In fact, I'm not sure it would be as useful for them if they did, because they want the argument to happen forever.
2210.
Because they want the argument to happen forever. If they won and convinced us, everybody would stop talking about it.
Not if everyone's in denial. What? So everyone's atheist then. Or everyone's religious then, right? That makes no sense. Well, yeah, why would I say something I never said? Someone couldn't respond and correct me. I'm really trying to understand how you people use YouTube, but from what I've proven, you apply double standards to literally everything. You're always the exception to the rule. No one else is the exception to the rule, just you. You don't ever need to prove anything. You just gotta say it with 400,000, 300,000 subscribers, right? So yeah, if someone's saying falsities about you, comparing you to a fascist, to Elon Musk, and this and that, and citing violence, and is responsible in turn via consequentially for death threats, then yeah, I don't really want to stop talking about that. It wouldn't be logical to stop talking about that.
They want to keep the question open.
It goes right back into the saying. If you're on death row and you're innocent, wouldn't you fight till your last fucking breath?
Thus, everybody would stop talking about it. They want to.
Like, this is like one of the most biased people on YouTube. Just like ego maniacal. I can be reasoned with. This person cannot be reasoned with.
To keep the question open to maintain the pretense that this is a matter of legitimate disagreement, that there are
so even if it is, it isn't, because you just, and you don't have to prove that they're a fascist, you just have to believe they're a fascist, right?
persuasive arguments to.
So right off the bat, he's stripping your tools from being able to dictate what is and what isn't. When you take someone's ability to dictate what is and what isn't, you have a cult. Like, you literally, you have a cult.
support either position, that their arbitrary, frivolous conclusions should be treated with the same weight as everyone else's.
So because someone says something you disagree with, it's arbitrary. How can you discern that without asking questions or directly addressing me like a normal person? How can you dictate something's arbitrary if you never do anything but a cursory glance? How do you dictate that? You don't believe in recursive analysis. You don't believe in analysis, period. So how do you dictate that something is arbitrary? Just because you believe they're wrong, they're wrong? Like, it's not rational.
And in so doing, become something you might not agree with everyone else's. There are persuasive arguments to support either position, that they are arbitrary.
222. Oh, my leg. Oh, my back. Oh.
That there are persuasive arguments to support either position, that their arbitrary, frivolous conclusions should be treated with the same weight as everyone else's, and in so doing,
So you don't believe in equality. You don't.
become something you might not agree with, but must accept as a valid position that others hold.
So, like, what about disability rights? Like, if I'm disabled and I go down rabbit holes and I like philosophy of henology, the one, and I never said I was the one. I never said I was the one. That's why they don't ever refer to me. That's why no one ever cites me directly, because then they'd have to prove it and they can't, right? They're just lying about me. They're targeted harassment. Yeah, so if something's empirical, it doesn't matter if you believe it's wrong. That's why you're supposed to prove them wrong and not just assume. Right? So if you're saying climate change is real, it's an absolute fact. But you don't disagree, but you must you mustn't you must accept it, right? If the world leading scientists say climate change is real and there's 3 years left on the climate clock, the end of humanity is at stake. You disagree, but you shouldn't accept it if world leading researchers are saying. So if something's empirical, it doesn't matter if you believe it's wrong. That's why you're supposed to prove them wrong and not just assume. You're supposed to do due diligence with almost anything. Anything worthwhile is worth doing due diligence for, right? If it's worthwhile, it's worth doing due diligence. Otherwise, you're just lazy.
It can't be dismissed out of hand anymore. It requires a response.
Exactly. It requires a response. That's why they don't cite me. They just describe me to a T. They directly quote me from Reddit. They steal my quotes.
Dismissed out of hand anymore. It requires a response. It requires your time. It must be debunked. I think it's actually must accept as a valid position that everyone else's, and in so doing, become something you might not agree.
22. Let's go. 22.
Everyone else's, and
Right there. And then when I trim this live stream down and edit it and everything, it all it'll just be easier to prove because I'll have everything timestamped and I've already talked about it.
In so doing, becomes something you might not agree with, but must accept as a valid position that others hold. It can't be dismissed out of hand anymore. It requires a response. It requires your time. It must be debunked. I think it's actually spectacularly easy to beat.
Is that why you refuse to name me, but directly quote me and my framework and misrepresent my ethics and games that you mentioned? My literal game that had ethics built into it? If it's so easy to beat, then why are you blocking me? Why are you hiding? If I'm so easy to beat, then just prove me wrong. If I'm that easy to prove, then just prove me wrong and I'll admit I'm wrong. But you can't sit there and say that I won't admit I'm wrong when I'm saying I will admit I'm wrong and just no one's bothered to prove me wrong, right? Like, what's more reasonable? Someone that will admit they're wrong and then revise their belief, or someone that will just stay static, that never changes, that is immutable to change? Someone that's immutable to change cannot be reasoned with by definition.
Your time. It must be debunked. I think it's actually
There's so many like absolutist statements too. Absolutism, the binary of ethics.
spectacularly easy to beat. None of what I'm saying precludes educating people and correcting fascist misinformation. The only time
That's what I'm doing, correcting fascist misinformation.
really easy to beat. None of what I'm
That's good enough. Truth is worth fighting for. Some people actually believe in logic and rational living and don't believe in discrimination. Misinformation isn't intentional, that's disinformation. And it's not fascistic by default. Let's see you put actual work like I do, despite barriers you don't believe exist, right? Barriers like, neurodivergence, executive dysfunction. Like, it's hard for me to just sit down and do things. Like, it's so hard. That's a barrier. So, let's see you put actual work like I do, despite barriers you don't believe exist, that you're literally using mimetic warfare against.
saying precludes educating people and correcting fascist misinformation. The only time they are granted the advantage I'm discussing here is when they are allowed to participate in that process. By all means, feel free to correct their bullshit when they're not present.
Exactly. So never allow. That's exactly what a fascist does. They don't allow their victim to. A narcissist does. They don't allow their victim to correct themselves. This goes back into what I was talking about, chiming in. How narcissists will say something in earshot to get you emotionally riled up, and then will leave so that you can't respond to them. They'll do this, right? They'll do this knowing it sets you off, knowing that knowing it's trying to seek an emotional reaction. And then they, like a coward, like a fascist, they run and hide. They block, right? It's pathetic. It's so fucking childish. It is so fucking childish. So you don't allow people to prove themselves, nor prove them wrong. You strip their voice and their livelihood. Dude is for censorship, cancel culture. He doesn't allow people to prove themselves wrong. He literally does not allow people to prove themselves wrong by his own words. By his own words.
And here is when they are allowed to participate in that process. By all means, feel free to correct their bullshit when they're not present.
Yeah, because that's easy, right? That's not correcting. That's just you stating that they're wrong without proving it, right? That's like flat earther shit. That's literally what Christians do, right? So he's literally doing the exact thing, and he's giving people a blueprint for how to basically be a fascist bully. So you should never change when you're proven wrong. You should never allow someone to prove you wrong. You should never allow someone a voice. You should cancel their voice. You should inflict bodily harm on someone if you believe they're a fascist, but how do you determine they're a fascist if you don't allow them to respond? Do you see how troubling this is? It's actually very serious.
Means feel free to correct their bullshit when they're not
So, not ethical discourse. You're gaslighting without someone to make sure you're not doing the thing that you accuse others of doing. So, how is anyone going to hold you accountable for that if you never allow yourself to be present? You've put in your mind that you're right, and you will die on the hill that you're right no matter what. It doesn't matter if how much proof there is. You will die on that hill because you don't believe in ethical discourse. You don't believe in rational discourse. You believe in saying something about someone and then canceling them, right? Responsible for death threats. Like,
present. That is both good and necessary. Sadly, sometimes they are present. Sometimes fascists are around, and that's a problem we have to deal with. How do we defeat fascist messaging in person, face to face? And again, I think the answer is actually pretty simple.
inciting violence. That's inciting violence. That's literally inciting. That's telling people it's okay to punch someone if you think they're a fascist. You don't have to prove someone's a fascist. You just have to think they're a fascist, and you can do physical bodily harm to them. And you're above reproach, right? You're for canceling their ability to speak out about the things that you yourself do, right? So if someone proves you wrong, you're for canceling them. Cancel culture. That's exactly what the right complains about all the time is cancel culture, right? This is who they're talking about. When the right talks about cancel culture and people pushing that you should be gay, they're talking about thought slime. Because he literally says that you should have gay sex. He doesn't just say sex, which also means gay sex, right?
Face to face. And again, I think the answer
Inciting violence against me, seriously. You labeled my framework and I as fascist, then say the solution is a clip of someone being physically attacked. That's how I ended up with these death threats. That's one of the reasons. That's one of the many reasons. He's just one domino in a mini of a line of fascist dominoes. So kill her, kill yourself. And then they says this guy musket slung around his back. So yeah, he's responsible for that. He's literally incited violence against me by directly referencing my quotes from Reddit, um, memeing about me on Blue Sky that specifically targets me, right? Just without naming. It's specifically targeting me, just not naming. So it's like, imagine if someone opened like a KFC clone, but they used the white guy that was old and had a beard just like him, and the symbol looked exactly like him, but it had a different name. Do you think that's not like impersonation? Do you think that's not representing what it actually is, the KFC? Just because you don't name someone doesn't mean you're not responsible. That's something like a child does. only a child builds a bridge of plausibility and then runs, hides, and burns the bridge, and then prevents other people from ever crossing that bridge. It takes the tools away from the people on how to get across the bridge.
Answer is actually pretty simple, much simpler and easier than you might expect.
If it's so easily, then why are you above being proven wrong? Why are you above falsifiable information? Why are you above falsifiability? Why are you above being proven wrong? You clearly you can't. Otherwise, you would have done it. Unless you're intentionally applying double standards and are just avoiding discourse.
There's a cost to be paid, of course, one that we need to be more comfortable paying, but we can always easily beat them, so long as we manage our expectations and are realistic about what we believe. Defeating fascist talking points is actually
not when the fascist identifies as an anti-fascist. Then it's a lot more tedious, hence the live stream. It's way more difficult to out a fascist that's moonlighting as an anti-fascist. It's much harder. Because they determine people are fascist just on pure belief. Like, they don't need proof for it.
almost impossible to fuck up.
Which you did. Yet here you are, so insults makes you right. Apparently.
Because you can defeat any fascist argument with one simple phrase, it always applies. Shut up, you're being an asshole. That's it. That's all you need to say. And here's why this works. While not everyone can articulate why, everyone can intuitively tell that these people are weird freaks.
Again, here we go with the anti-autism, anti-neurodivergence. So, what is your definition of normal, and what is your definition of weird, right? Because earlier he's mentioned neurodivergence. He's made fun of neurodivergence, and he thinks that's weird. So, like, I'm curious what his definition of weird is, right? Because most people can't even define normal, right? Like, try to define normal. Like, what's the best way you can define normal? The best way I would identify normal is as what's average. Average. Not normal, average. Because when you create this tribalist of I'm normal and everyone else that disagrees with me is weird, I disagree with you, so you're weird. That's dismissive. That's anti-intellectual. Intellectual. So you're arguing against your point that charisma shouldn't matter. Also calling neurodivergence weird is weird. Can you define what normal is first? I think that's pretty reasonable to ask you to define what normal is, since you're just calling other people weird because they're different, right? It's the oldest discrimination in the book is discriminating against autism because you just think they're weird for having an overactive imagination and loving philosophy and ethics and are outspoken about climate change, unlike you. So yeah, weird is like a popularity. Weird is unlikable, which is a popularity judgment. So he was talking earlier about how like popular opinion shouldn't matter because everyone says something, but here he is taking the stance on popularity. Usually people that are considered weird because they're not popular, right? They're weird because they're not popular. No one can really define why they're weird, just that they're weird. And that's another way of saying different. And they see what's different as not normal, even though it's just really not average. It's not what's normalized. But that doesn't mean that autism isn't normal. So, yeah, he's arguing against his own point. Can't do nothing about it. A double negative.
Not everyone can articulate why. Everyone can intuitively tell that these people are weird freaks. They're hateful, they're destructive, but most importantly for our purposes, deeply.
So he's calling Elon Musk a freak, but he has autism, so he's also throwing everyone with autism under the bus, right? So a lot of Elon Musk bigotry, like fascist, like ideologies aside, like people say he's weird usually for other things, like pretending to be a gamer even though he's terrible at it, and like a whole bunch of like weird, like just I guess like different, just different outlooks and an imagination. And so he just lumps like people, he's stereotyping, right? It's just basic stereotyping. And double negative, that's weird.
Deeply unlikable. And they always will be. They can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, neurodivergence can't be changed. You can't will your brain into something else, at least not everyone. So if you're weird because you're autistic, is it a character flaw that you can't do anything about it? No. That is weird to me. That is weird. Expecting people that are neurodivergents to just be like you because it's not normalized, that's weird. That is weird. It's like, why do you want everyone to be like you? Why does everyone have to be like you specifically?
It. Fascists are haters. As discussed,
He's a hater.
they must always have an enemy, and everything they
Which is like every video he has, it's about like him like targeting some political figure, spreading like fucking violent ideology about. He's a very violent person. So being gaslit denamed denamed and lumped into with Elon Musk doesn't warrant a reasonable response to being targeted. Can you even tell me why I'm your enemy? Not using personal opinions and bias. So this can't actually be true, even though it technically can and provably is already proven and still proving by the fact you found a post I made 3 to 4 months ago and directly stole my quote, along with mislabeling recursive with backwards, or your 4chan meme that's specifically about me. So if I scroll up, this is the post he's referenced. You're doing the work of the fascist trains people to think this way. My post. Don't throw disabled people under the bus. 3 months previously. So there's like a whole bunch of like there's many instances like this where he directly quotes me, and it's the thing like when there's a pattern, right? It's not just one thing, it's a pattern. And that's how you prove these things. It's a pattern. It's a correlative pattern. So historically, in almost every genocide, disabled people are the last to be, or the first to be targeted and dehumanized, seen as a less than before other groups like him. This pattern is well documented from Nazi Germany's T4 program to the Khmer Rouge and beyond. Don't do their work for them.
As discussed, they must always have an enemy, and everything they say and do is designed to destroy that enemy. And so everything they say and do is always, unavoidably, either an insult or a direct threat to someone. They are always, always being a huge asshole.
So again, right here, why would you insult and make fun of one of my disabilities, my illnesses? Why would you use bigotry? Why would you target me? Why am I your enemy? Can you even use vocabulary to explain why you're using racist memetics against me? Why you're anti-disability? Why you're anti-illness? Can you explain why? Why don't you directly address me or anything because plausible deniability, which you've attributed to fascistic behaviors. So he built a bridge of plausible deniability, but there's like the proof is so overwhelming that there's so much, like so much. I have it proven, like it's already proven. He just hides. He's a little coward. He just hides, right? Like I've taken a lot of time to prove him wrong, to prove how he's discriminate. And what does he do? He discriminates and then blocks me. Trying to seek an emotional reaction like every narcissist. Only a narcissist or narcissistic person tries to get an emotional reaction out of someone and then blocks them so they can't respond. That's the most chicken shit fucking childish shit I've ever seen.
Everything they say to outsiders is designed to hide that, to send the message that actually,
which is exactly what I'm saying. Like which is exactly his whole stick. So he's a fascist disguising himself as an anti-fascist. There's this article about that. The fascist of tomorrow will identify as anti-fascist because it's literally a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's what he is. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. He's a fascist in disguise.
say to outsiders is designed to hide that, to send the message that actually, we're normal, we belong here, mom said we can be here. They're not, they don't, and she didn't. They're weird, obsessive assholes, and
like stalking someone's subreddit and going out of your way to misrepresent them instead of just proving them wrong. If it's so easy, you wouldn't need to use 4chan memetic warfare. You wouldn't need to stalk my subreddit. You wouldn't need to directly steal my quotes and then dename me. If you were right, you would have just been able to name me and then say, here's where I'm a fascist, but you can't because I'm not. And again, if someone's stealing your livelihood and is responsible for death threats on you, it's not obsessive, it's defensive. So someone shouldn't like really focus on like being targeted, harassed, stalked online across multiple domains, constantly misrepresented, spreads falsities, is immune to falsifiability. Like I would consider that as weird and obsessive. I would consider this rational and reasonable, breaking down why you're a bigot, why you are what you describe. I think that's way more rational.
we can leverage that. You must never show them common courtesy.
How to be a fascist. So again, how do you determine someone is a fascist? How do you determine someone is a fascist? Oh wait, you can't because he took away your only tools of measuring anything. He's against empiricism, consequentialism, he's against ethics. He literally states that he's against ethics. He's against ethics in games. So your only measurement for fascism is you just think someone's a fascist and then you use 4chan memetics and, stalk them online and spread like fucking bullshit that can't be proven, which is why you don't name me, because then you'd have to prove it, and that's why you blocked me, because I can prove the shit you've said.
And we can leverage that. You must never show them common courtesy. You need to be immediately, emphatically hostile towards them. Make it known that they are not welcome and you do not respect them or anyone who tolerates them. You must extract an immediate, severe social cost to the expression of or tolerance.
But it doesn't matter as long as it's popularity, right? If everyone says, like he said, if everyone says X, it must be true, because why would everyone lie? That's like religion and shit. So religion is true because why would a religious person lie, right? God must be real. Why would so many religious people lie, right? It's true because X amount of people said it. It's literally a guide on how to be a fascist. He's literally giving a guide on how to be a fascist. So be a fascist. be a bully, harass someone's traits, steal their words, misrepresent what they say, use 4chan Nazi memes, and block after targeted discrimination. It's funny how people think discrimination doesn't apply to them.
Social cost to the expression of or tolerance for fascist beliefs and argument. We're normal. We belong here. Mom said we can be here. They're not.
And that's another direct reference to me because I'm a caretaker for my mom, which he makes fun of. By the way, he literally dismisses caretaking as a boring caretaker work that nobody cares about. So, I mean, he's directly referring to me again. Like, he's ultra specific. He's extremely specific, just without naming. He's extremely specific. So he could literally sit there and describe a vase all day and deny that it's called a vase, right? That's what he's doing. So there's this vase, and he's describing the vase in detail, but he won't acknowledge that it's a vase. And you can't prove to him that it's a vase. But he'll just keep describing a vase. He'll keep describing himself.
They don't, and she didn't. They're weird, obsessive assholes, and we can leverage that. You must never show them.
So be a fascist. Fight fascists by being a fascist. That makes complete sense. Take another smoke break, maybe. Sativa's good. Thank God for weed. I think I'll do like an edit where it's literally just like him with his describing making calls of action violence so people can see like what he's actually arguing for without all the fucking lies in between.
And we can leverage that. You must never show them common courtesy. You need to be immediately, emphatically hostile towards them. Make it known that they are not welcome and you do not respect them or anyone who tolerates them. You must extract an immediate, severe social cost to the expression of or tolerance for fascist beliefs and arguments. You must make it known that such beliefs are not something you're willing to argue about, not something you'll hear out in good faith, not something you're willing to.
So, no good faith. So, how do you determine it's fascist and to deny good faith if you're against having a conversation? If you're against discourse, you can't possibly know someone is a fascist, right? That's like saying someone's a fascist because they look weird, which he's done. He's literally said fascists look weird. So, if someone's autistic and they look weird, then they must be a fascist, apparently. And also, he's citing severe mob punishment and call to actions. You mean like stealing someone's ability to survive? That's eugenics by consequence. You're hurting my ability to survive. You're physically, emotionally, mentally hurting me. And I can prove this. I can prove you're physically hurting me as a response of fibromyalgia from all this shit. It causes physical pain. So who's the bully in this situation? You. You're the bully. You're the fascist.
to budge on ever, that you will not respect anyone who does tolerate or condone them, that are not something you're willing anyone who tolerates them. You must extract an immediate, severe social cost to the expression of or tolerance for fascist beliefs and arguments. You must make it known that such beliefs are not something you're willing to argue about, not something you'll hear out in good faith, not something you're willing to budge on.
So you're describing an asshole. You're describing a fascistic asshole. Someone that can't be reasoned with. Like, you're literally describing someone that can't be reasoned with.
Are not something you're willing to argue about, not something you'll hear out in good faith, not something you're willing to budge on ever, that you will not respect anyone who does tolerate or condone them, that merely by suggesting.
But you don't have to prove they're a fascist. They just have to look weird, be disabled. They just have to have autism, right? And then you decide that they're a fascist.
These ideas, they have trespassed the boundaries of good taste and broken the peace.
You mean like this? You call this good taste? You call bigotry good taste. You call discrimination for disabilities, for illnesses, good taste. I would hate to see your ugly taste.
That may sound severe. It's not any of those things. It's in fact the common
Again, he can't even articulate what common sense is, right? Common sense isn't common. Not everyone gets the same education. There's no logical sense in becoming the thing you hate and having no awareness about it and are above reproach or corrections, right? He's above reproach. He's like God. In his head, he's like God.
things. It's in fact the common sense way you would treat any asshole. And let me explain why with a helpful analogy. Imagine you're hosting a party.
So if someone calls out someone supporting human exploitation by brands that exploit humans isn't valid because video games, that's not logical, that's biased and emotion-based, not rational reasoning.
And this guy you don't really know that well shows up and starts loudly talking shit about your friend Amanda. They say Amanda's stupid and ugly, Amanda sucks, and Amanda's worse than everybody else at this party. And the party would be so much better if Amanda got kicked out and they got to have all of Amanda's beer. Would you be chill about that? Like, of course not, right? You would tell that person to fuck off and leave.
Fascists have friends. Just because someone's friends with someone doesn't mean that they're not an asshole, right? Just because you're friends with someone doesn't mean you defend them if they're doing something indefensible. Just because someone plays video games and you're friends with them doesn't mean they're a good person. It doesn't mean that they're above doing wrong, right? Right? Just because someone's a friend doesn't mean they're incapable of being the bad guy. That's literal cognitive dissonance and bias. That's the definition of bias. So if someone calls out someone supporting human exploitation by brands that exploit humans isn't valid because video games. That's not logical, not biased. That's biased and emotion-based, not rational reasoning.
They're being an asshole. You wouldn't feel obligated to hear them out. You wouldn't get into a polite debate about Amanda's merits. You wouldn't try to convince them that actually Amanda's pretty cool. She's good at Smash Brothers and you like her dog.
Well, okay, well, they're a murderer. I guess because they play video games and you like them, that it's okay because, like, again, above reproach. Like, it doesn't matter what their friend does. If their friend was like a serial killer, they would, by their own words, they would stay by their side. It doesn't matter. They would stay by their side because They like them. That's the only reason. That's not logical or rational. If I was friends with someone and I found out they were a serial killer, I would ditch them so fast they wouldn't be my friend anymore. Like it's weird that people like this are above reproach. It's like massive egomaniac.
Because if you care about Amanda, and this guy's going around like ginning up hate for Amanda, you would kick him out of the party by force if necessary.
But what if they were going around so imagine Amanda was going around calling someone a fascist and without proof. And then the person came in and said, "Well, no, Amanda's being the asshole." You would defend Amanda even though she started the shit, right? Even if she was talking shit about someone, that how dare that person defend themselves, or how dare someone call out someone because they're your friend, right? They're your friend. It doesn't matter what they do, it doesn't matter what they say. All that matters is that they're your friend. That's all you care about. By your own words, that's all you care about, right? It doesn't matter what kind of people they are. It doesn't matter if someone calls out their unethical behavior. As long as they're your friend, that's all that matters. I'm not like that. I can't be with friends with someone just because they play video games. Like if someone's like a bully, then I just won't be friends with them. Like it's that easy. Like, you know, just be my criteria for friends isn't because they have a dog and they're good at Smash Brothers. That's not my criteria for friends. Like I'm actually more deep than that. Like, you know, if they're like a dishonest person, if they're a bigot that discriminates against the disabled, I wouldn't want to be their friend or anyone they're friends with, because then chances are those friends are also bigots, right? Because bigotry is never isolated. Bigotry is never isolated.
Cool, she's good at Smash Brothers, and you like her dog. Well, you wouldn't feel obligated, and they got to have all of Amanda's beer. Asshole. And let me explain why with a helpful analogy. Imagine you're hosting a
Oh, this is exhausting. Fighting fascism is hard work. It's not easy because when a fascist is gay and like they have a lot of followers and shit, like it's just so mind-boggling that someone would target me. It's like I literally didn't do anything. Like I didn't even know who this guy was until the video popped in my feed and I connected all the dots. Didn't take me that long either. It just took me forever to put it together to this point. Took me a long time. Took me a long time to put all this together. It takes them no time at all to do what they do because they don't have to think about whether what they're doing is right or not, right? They just do it.
party, and this guy you don't really know that well shows up and starts loudly talking shit about your friend Amanda. They say Amanda's stupid and ugly, Amanda sucks, and Amanda's worse than everybody else at this party. And the party would be so much better if Amanda got kicked out and they got to have all of Amanda's beer. Would you?
What if Amanda stole all their beer, before coming to the party? So imagine Amanda steals beer from this guy that shows up, And then he's like, well, she stole all my beer. And you're just like, no, she didn't. She's my friend. I believe her. So she couldn't have done wrong, right? They're still the asshole in that situation, even though Amanda stole the beer? Just saying. Like, breaking it down. So, like how you throw other people with the same disabilities under a bus and then reverse it for good measure because you're targeting disabilities, not a point. A person, not a reason. Also, who's this guy you're referencing? Me? For calling out serfs who literally repeated 4chan Nazi mimetic warfare, singling me out and targeting me, then hid it behind a paywall to hide who they really are. But I forgot, it's just games to you, right? It's just fun and games to you.
Be chill about that. Like, of course not, right? You would tell that person to fuck off and leave. They're being an asshole. You wouldn't feel obligated to hear them out. You wouldn't get into a polite debate about Amanda's merits. You wouldn't try to convince them that actually Amanda's pretty cool.
And it's a false equivalence. If that asshole isn't me, then if the asshole isn't me, if it is, then prove it, right?
She's good at Smash Brothers, and you like her dog. Because if you care about Amanda, and this guy's going around like ginning up hate for Amanda, you would kick him out of the party by force if necessary. Obviously, right? They're being an asshole. You don't have to let them do that. That behavior sucks. What?
Actually, if I had friends that were assholes, I probably just, wouldn't be their friend. I wouldn't stay friends with someone if they were going around stealing other people's beer and then spreading rumors about them. Like, I wouldn't be friends with someone that spread rumors about other people without proof. I have standards, though. That's the difference between him and I, as I have standards.
Why then? Would you behave any differently when they're doing the exact same thing, except that instead of insulting one individual Amanda, they're instead insulting entire categories of Amandas?
You mean like how you're insulting my disabilities? So you're making fun of everyone with executive dysfunction. You're making fun of everyone that's neurodivergent and or autistic. You're making fun of illnesses and disabilities. You're attacking entire groups. You are. You're attacking entire groups. You have attacked entire groups. You're attacking me and the groups that and therefore the groups that I belong with. You're very discriminate. You're very, very bigoted. You're a very closeted bigot. Like you are incapable of realizing how much of a bigot you actually are. Like your narcissism is so high that it doesn't matter because you have all these followers. So it doesn't matter how much it proves. As long as you have all these followers and they believe everything you say, like a cult, then you're fine with that. And if someone, God forbid, someone actually takes violence on another person because of your video, you would be responsible for that. Not me, you. If someone was to be physically harmed because of your video, you would be responsible for that.
When they claim that their race or their sexual orientation or their religion makes them better than all Amandas in the world. Someone who wasn't simply being an asshole at a party, but actively using the levers of power to harm Amanda and all Amandas like her.
You mean like how what you're doing to me? You're leveraging 400,000 people against me that doesn't even have 1,000 subscribers. What are you talking about? You're literally discriminating neurodivergence and autism because I love philosophy and philosophy is something that just like really just naturally clicks to me and sort of ethics. Even though mostly what I know about ethics is mostly just hard work studying, um, disassembling and reverse engineering arguments and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, he's throwing neurodivergence and executive dysfunction and those without healthcare under the bus. Please keep driving the bus backwards. Please just keep setting disability rights back decades. Please just keep being everything you're describing. You, if you're trying to be a bad person, don't change. You never change. Never update your beliefs.
You know, you're such a reasonable person. Can't be reasoned with. And I never said I was better than everyone else. I can hold someone accountability for provably demonstrably harm done to me, mental and physical. So, if someone holds your friend accountable, that doesn't mean they think they're better than everyone else. That just means that they're due respect as a human being, right? A basic human being with human rights, right? The ability to not be discriminated by bigots, right? That doesn't mean you're better than everyone else. No, it just means that you deserve respect as a human being. That's all it means. I never said I was better than everyone else. And again, this is a lie. This is an intentional lie. People have been saying this for a long time. They say that I say that I'm better than everyone else, but you won't find a clip of me in my live streams or uploads of me saying that I'm better than everyone else. You just won't. That's why he doesn't name me, because if he did, he'd be like, oh shit, now I have to prove this. So, like, if this did go to court, he would have to explain all these correlations, all of the correlations, the specific targeted harassment and discrimination, the calls to violence, the bigotry, the hatred for neurodivergence. Like, it's really weird that someone would be for eugenics that's gay. Like, it's really weird for a gay person to be for eugenics. Like, that's really weird. It's really weird.
That is categorically worse. Far more Amandas are being insulted. Amandas are having their fundamental human rights taken away.
Yeah, like me. Like you. You literally talked about cancel culture, canceling people that disagree with you. You literally talked about canceling people that disagree with you. But it doesn't matter because you're above reproach, right? Your words, not mine. You're above reproach. You're above being proven wrong, right? If you believe that if someone proves you wrong, you should just stay wrong and never change and update your biological bias, your internal operating system.
Amandas are losing protections granted to them by the government, and they're being made second-class citizens, and they're being harassed and killed in the streets.
You mean like disabled people? You mean like the people like me that are fighting for disability? I have a cousin that's retarded, and she mentally retarded, clinically retarded from a head injury, and she got kicked off disability. If a mentally retarded person gets kicked off disability, what hope does anyone else that's disabled have? You want to talk about rights being stripped away? You've set disability rights back decades. You are, by definition, a bigot. And you're full of hate. You're nasty. You're really nasty. At least my hate is warranted. At least there's reason behind my hate. At least I can articulate why I'm angry. At least I can articulate my points. But he can't articulate his points. That's why he doesn't name. He does everything but names. He describes everything. He repeats things I've said directly from quotes from like months before he uploaded that video. He was like quoting, he's stealing quotes and naming me without naming me. It's like so fucking exhausting. Fascists are exhausting.
Why would you be willing to hear that out? To debate the merits of the Amandas they're targeting? Why would you approach that in open dialogue? Why would it matter how politely they express their hateful intent to destroy Amanda? If somebody says they're going to kill your friend, you don't say,
Oh, that's funny. You mean like how I'm getting death threats because of the fucking disinformation? Not misinformation, disinformation, because it's intentional, right? It's intentional. Like there's intent behind it. Like I could probably, I already have proven there's intent behind it. I already have proven. You've gone so far out of the way, so far out of the way to avoid responsibility and accountability, right? because that would hurt your bottom dollar, and that's all you care about. You don't actually care about the rights for the disabled people dying daily from lack of health care, the people that are homeless. I've been homeless. I seriously doubt this guy has ever been homeless or has had his privileges stripped from him. It's always been someone else that they probably knew. It's never actually been them, right? They never really lost from discrimination. They never suffered. They never lost subscribers. They never lost money from the bigotry. Like they get money off of being a bigot. They get their money off of exploiting other people. I don't make money. Like, I have no financial incentive behind this. He does. He has a fiduciary responsibility to tell lies because that's what's popular, right?
Allow me to offer a counter-argument, good sir, and make no mistake, that is the end goal. To kill entire categories of human being. And if that isn't enough motivation for you, remember, those categories are negotiable and might soon include you if they don't already.
Oh, yeah, they do. They do. It does. You do. You do. You do include me in that.
Now, obviously, we can't kick fascists out of the world like we could kick an asshole out of a house party. But we can do the next best thing. We can expose them and make it known that they are not welcome in our spaces. Fascist thrives when they are granted respect.
Again, so you're stripping people's ability to defend themselves, and you get to decide who's a fascist. No one else, you. It doesn't matter if you can't prove your point. It doesn't matter if people prove you wrong. Like, you're right no matter you're right no matter what. Like, this is like absolute brain rot. Like, if you were to edit a lot of these clips together, it would just be him arguing with himself. Like, that's it. It would just be him arguing with himself.
Respect and legitimacy, and they wither and shrink away when that legitimacy and respect are rightfully withheld.
Right, that's why he doesn't want to have to acknowledge any of this, because then his legitimacy would be taken away. Right? That's why I'm a threat to him. I threaten his legitimacy, right? He makes money off of exploiting me. What kind of ideology makes money off of exploiting the disabled and targeting the disabled and then harassing the disabled using hate speech? What kind of ideology does that, I wonder? Maybe Nazism, I'm guessing?
Offer a counter-argument, good sir, and make no mistake, that is the end goal. To kill entire categories of human being. And if that isn't enough motivation for you, remember, those categories are negotiable and might soon include you.
Yeah, like my post said, it's always the disabled that are first to go. And no one ever on the left has ever cared about the disabled. They are all fake, just like the right. They are all fake, just like the right. They don't give a fuck about disabled people. They only care when they come after gays and, racial minorities. They don't give a fuck for the disabled. They're for eugenics. They're for eugenics, just not their group, right? They're the exception. Okay, all the other groups, just not my group, right? I'm the sole exception. My group is the sole exception. Above reproach.
If they don't already. Now, obviously, we can't kick fascists out of the world like we could kick an asshole out of a house party. But we can do the next best thing. We can expose them and make it known that they are not welcome in our spaces. Fascist thrives when they are granted respect and legitimacy, and they wither and shrink away when that legitimacy and respect are rightfully withheld. Thus, they will do everything in their power to appear legitimate and respectable.
Yeah,
Preventing me from being able to survive. The disabled are more oppressed, but you seem to imply your group, only your group matters, right? Only gay people matters. That's why he said you should have gay sex. He didn't just say sex, which includes gay sex. He had to say gay sex because his group is all that he's concerned about. Him and his bank account and his gay rights. That's all he cares about. Everyone else, the disabled, they can fuck off and die. They can have their voice stripped from them. They can have their monetization stolen from them. They'll be censored. They'll just be blocked, ignored, and then spread lies about for hundreds of thousands of other people to put the pieces together and make their own assumptions, right? Forcing me to prove everything like I am doing now. Wasting my time as you say fascists do. They love to waste your time. He loves to waste my time.
To pretend as though actually they're not being assholes. They're actually doing a different thing that you don't dislike. It's a meme, didn't you know? It's ironic.
A meme, didn't you know? It's ironic. I sat down and wrote a short script without going down any rabbit holes. I am the chosen one. Directly memeing about me. Wow. Explain that. So explain that. You're using a meme targeted directly at me and it's discriminatory. It's memetic warfare. It's no different than racism. It's a Nazi dog whistle. It's literally a Nazi dog whistle. It's an anti-disability dog whistle. So explain that. It's a meme, don't you know? Oh, it's fine. It's ableism is fine, right? As long as it's not gay people. You can't meme about gay people, but you can meme about disabled people. You can meme about the neurodivergent, the people that are on the spectrum. It doesn't matter how smart they are, just that they're weird because they're not normies, right? Your words. It's fucking crazy. You're literally making my points for me, throwing neurodivergence and executive dysfunction and those without healthcare under the bus. Please keep driving the bus backwards. I never said I was better than everyone. I can hold someone accountable for provably, demonstrably harm done to me, mental and physical. Categorically worse. Yes, what you're doing is far worse.
Actually, it's all about ethics in games journalism, or we have economic anxiety, or making some inscrutable point about free speech, or don't you think Israel has the right to defend itself? There is nothing a fascist hates more than other people observing them and describing their behavior.
Oh, look, a fascist. Oh, look, a fascist. I'm just doing what you're telling me to do. I'm just seeing fascist and then describing it and calling it out for anyone that cares to listen. Hey, look, a fascist. He's directly memeing me let's see. Let me get my thing up here again. Where is my... There we go. So yeah, my ARPG or whatever, my ARG, it was an educational ARG that you played and you learned by playing. And I had posts that weren't attributed to the ARG, and you could tell because the tags right here, Moksha Data, that was the main character, the quest giver. It was a non-binary, or I can't remember if Moksha was a non-binary character or not. I don't think they were. I don't think they were a binary character. I can't. It's been a while. It's been a while. But yeah. So yeah, this is what he's meaning about rabbit holes. See the rabbits? You click them and then they go places. Hermetic
And the
Gnostic poem.
quiet aftermath of
This one just takes me to a poem about Sophia. It's just completely harmless, innocent. And then there's the purple pill, and there's LGBTQ rights at Ardesh Fanara. You see how it has the lion and the LGBTQ symbol?
That's because it's an intersex goddess with a lion and an ox. So the link about Nava Durga has the same symbol for the lion. So now if I go to Nava Durga, what do I find? A goddess with a lion. So you see how they're overlapping. Like two different deities are completely overlapped. They're both like this feminine sort of non-binary character, and they each tame lions. They each have like these lions. See? So in my post, it was just using symbolisms to convey meta information, right? So the symbols themselves give compounding information. It's a way of, so I could have an entire subject with one symbol. And then if I combine those symbols, then I combine the meanings for overlapping. So it's a way of conveying complex meta information. It's a way of compounding information to just a symbol. Like I could have a symbol be like an entire page. And then if I reference that symbol somewhere else, I'm referencing that page. So I can just do that without even saying the page. I could just use the symbol. That was just like my neurodivergence. Like, it's just something that I like doing, right? And that's what he's memeing about. Let's see here. That's what he's memeing about right here. Without going down any rabbit holes, I am the chosen one. And because I talk about henology, which is in Gnosticism. Henology is in many religions and belief systems and mythologies, and henology is not unique. Henology has been around for quite a while. And so, like, and I talk about it a lot, so that's another thing. And he says, like, he says it as if in a way of saying that I have said I'm the one. And I never said that. You will never find me online saying I am the one. You will never find that. That's why they can't point to an instance because they're making all this shit up. They're just fabricating shit.
It is their kryptonite. They need to hide. Just don't let them hide.
You mean like how you're hiding? How you blocked me after I said that was ableist? I told you that was ableist in memetic warfare, and you just blocked me. And then said more shit about me. Without me being able to reply to it. So I couldn't reply to it. So you attacked me and then prevented me from replying to the attacks on me. So you attacked me, you discriminated against me, and then prevented my ability to say anything about it, to reply to it. Does that sound like a reasonable person? That sounds more like a fascist, right? That sounds more like a fascist.
When you notice this, you kind of can't unsee it, right? Like they always panic and get defensive if you just describe them. They will insist that you're not allowed to do that. It's bad to do that. It makes you look bad when you describe what they're doing. Number two, if you're explaining, you're losing. One of the reasons.
And see, here we are. This is a part of his intentional, like, psyop, his psychological operation. Right? He's forcing me to prove everything, and then he can just be like, "Oh, you're crazy," or this or that, even though I've like pretty much I've already proven it. He just doesn't have to acknowledge the proof, right? He just gets to say that the proof isn't real, or this or that, or gets to dismiss me, uh, using some form of discrimination.
They will insist that you're not allowed to do that. It's bad to do that. It makes you look bad when you describe what they're doing.
And see, like I said, he built everything on plausible deniability, so that knowing that I would have to come back here. Oh, sorry, I just had to cough up some blood. So it looks like I got some of the content clipped out of here, so I'll probably have to go over this on another live stream tomorrow or something. But yeah, I'm not prepared to give this up because discrimination should be fought against. Discrimination should be fought against. I couldn't imagine having 400,000 subscribers and then telling them to never do their due diligence, to never do research. I couldn't imagine brainwashing people like that. Like, he's literally brainwashing people into being fascist. And they believe they're anti-fascist while they're actually the fascist. They've cognitive distanced their way into being that they're anti-fascist, even though they are by definition fascist. Only fascists hate the disabled. They see the disabled as less than. I plan on calculating how many fallacies there are and just doing like a video, like a compilation video of like every fallacy with every quote he says, all the bias, and then like all the discrimination and stuff, and it just like total it all up. Like brownie points, but for fascism. Okay, did I attach? Let's see here.
Number two, if you're explaining, you're
Yeah, okay. Let's see here. Explaining. Oh, I don't see a timestamp for it. Explaining it looks like I missed a bunch. I'll definitely have to go over this multiple streams. Yes, I'm losing to fascism. Thanks for rubbing it in. Fascism is winning, and you're on the winning side.
losing. One of the reasons fascists love misinformation so much is that when you debunk it, even when you're right, it makes you look suspicious.
Right? Exactly. See? It's all plausible deniability. So he said this in advance, knowing that it would make me look suspicious. Knowing. Like, it was all designed. It was all his plan. Like, he literally sat down and planned this. He planned all of this. Methodically, by the way.
Because, like, the more you have to explain you're losing. One of the reasons fascists love misinformation so much is that when you debunk it, even when you're right, it makes you look suspicious.
You mean how you intentionally designed your hate versus me, repeating the publicly self-proclaimed 4chan op to get me and my family to unalive ourselves. You mean you're doing with this death threat. You mean your responsibility in you perpetuating this hate. Is that what you're talking about? Just curious.
Because, like, the more you have to explain yourself, the less credible you appear to people. People naturally start to assume you just have some canned line to dismiss criticism. After all, how is it possible that every point that the fascist makes, and they make so many?
Yep. So many, so much discrimination, so much lies, so much intellectualism. He's very anti-intellectual.
Is either dishonest or wrong. So, like, don't. Don't explain why they are wrong. Just call bullshit. You don't.
And that's how you get fascism, right? So now you're the asshole because, one, you're right by default. You're going off of appearances. You can tell someone's weird by looking at them. Therefore, they must be a fascist. They hold your friends accountable even though they should be held accountable. Just because you're friends with someone doesn't mean that they're above accountability, right? No. Just because you're friends with someone doesn't mean that they're not accountable for their actions. And let's see. Let me play this again.
You don't need to explain why it's bullshit. You let them try to explain why it's not.
Proving a negative, or you see, it's very hard to prove this, but it's not really. If you look at the correlating the compounding data, that he designed it like this, right? This is why he didn't name me, because now he doesn't have to prove. He forces me. He shifts the burden of proof, right? It's calling someone something without proving that you're doing. It's starting a rumor. It's literally mischaracterization. It's a character assassination. It's so many things. It is so unethical. It is so disturbing. And it is so weird. It is so weird that someone would target someone like this and do this. Repeating the publicly self-proclaimed 4chan op to get me and my family to unalive ourselves. That's pretty disturbing right there. That's pretty psychotic.
Put them on the back foot. Generally speaking, human beings tend to value kindness and dislike cruelty.
That's not true at all. That is not true at all. Are you fucking kidding me? Majority of people voted for Trump. Majority. So, by definition, like, majority of people don't care about the rights or anything about anyone. Like, good people are the minority. If good people were the majority and good people were the norm, then we wouldn't have an overabundance of fascism. You wouldn't be doing a video on fascism. If generally speaking people were good, you wouldn't be doing a video on fascism while describing yourself, by the way.
Do not let them hide or obscure their hatred and cruelty. Make sure the conversation remains focused on exactly that.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm keeping your focus on your hatred for the disabled.
That they are being hateful. Look, everyone, look how hateful this is. And you don't need to explain why that hate is bad. It is generally understood that hate, in and of itself, is a bad thing.
This is the person that literally incited violence, incited physical violence, punching people, just because you think they're a fascist. You know, you don't have to prove they're a fascist. You just have to assume they're a fascist, and they're a fascist, and then you can do anything you want, and then you're above reproach. And then you just run away. So, you randomly pick a disabled person, you beat them, and then you run away, and you don't explain yourself. Metaphorically beat them,
right? So you attack someone, you spread rumors about someone, you just don't name them. But you name everything about them, you name their framework, you name their ethics and games channel, without naming the channel directly, but talking about ethics and games. And all of this describes me specifically, falsely though. It's a mischaracterization. It's basically like that one Nazi caricature, that one movie. Fuck, I can't remember the name of it. It's been a while. But it was like one of the, like the first forms of Nazi like mimetic warfare. It was a movie about Jewish people.
It's that easy. The beauty of this approach is that it disrupts the fascists' primary objective in arguing with you. It takes away their ability to use the conversation to make their beliefs seem.
Okay, so I'll have to come back at another time and fix these timestamps. But yeah, I got a lot of content. Whatever that's worth. It's not worth any money. I'm not gaining anything by doing this other than fighting for my self-image that he's tainted and sided with Nazis and is against disability. And yeah, according to him, you don't need to do anything but a cursory glance. But I'm for researching. I'm for proving things. He's not. He's just for making claims and then running and hiding.